Can't even do the show. The Mets are suddenly as loose as a goose. Their dugout's lit. They cannot leave ducks on the pond. I think they're a dangerous team. They can hit. They're defensive. All these wild cards have potential to cause damage in the playoffs. I don't think the Mets are a walkover for anybody.
It's Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge, the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Researchers at the University of Waterloo have created a new smart fabric when made into clothing can convert body heat and solar energy into electricity. Super durable with self-powered embedded sensors that monitor air temperature, automatically keeping you warm. Even wilder, monitors your vital signs, including respiration and body temperature. It even detects hazardous pathogens in the air you breathe. There's just one thing you probably don't want to do wearing your electrically charged pants. Shower in them! Follow me at G Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Days are getting cooler and shadows are getting longer. You know what that means? It's football weather. So bundle up and keep it here for all the latest strategies and gridiron information. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Let's roll. Countdown to kickoff is on. This is Sports Rage, NFL Game Day edition. Another doubleheader this evening. So we come at you a little bit earlier than usual tonight. Countdown to kickoff is on from South Beach. The Tennessee Titans and the Miami Dolphins are first up. And then we get the main event with the Seattle Seahawks and the Detroit Lions, two football teams with a lot of injuries on both sides of the football, specifically the defensive side of the football for Seattle. But let's get started right now, right down to business. And we can tell you that Pete Rose has just passed away. It's been a crazy day already. Unfortunately, Dikembe Mutombo passed away as well. Now we just get word right before we start this show that Pete Rose has passed. We'll get to that a little bit later on, but we got countdown to kickoff in honor of Pete Rose. He'd want us to get the bets in. So I don't, number one, listen, I'm not trusting Will Levis in any situation. The Tennessee Titans have been a competitive football team. Okay, fine. They also have Will Levis, who's a turnover machine at quarterback. Tyler Huntley will be the starting quarterback tonight for the Miami Dolphins. I think Huntley's a capable quarterback, and he's a lot better than Skylar Thompson is. We know that. So, this, is this a good game? No. And unfortunately, we have the Seattle and Detroit game, so we don't, have to just suffer with this for the next 4 hours of our lives. But with all that being stated, you never know. It could end up being an entertaining game. It's a must-win game for both teams, obviously. So I'm on the Miami Dolphins. I put together a parlay. It was like plus 203 when it was all said and done. It was the Atlanta Braves to win Game 2 of their doubleheader, the Miami Dolphins to win, and the Detroit Lions to win. It's like $200 pays back, like nearly 700 type of deal. So I already got that play in, but I do think the Dolphins are going to win this game. I'm not messing around with the total. It wouldn't surprise me if it was an ugly, stupid 13-6 game. And, it wouldn't surprise me if, I can't believe it. Oh, there's a bunch of points. I don't have a strong feel for the total. But I did play some props. So, first touchdown score. We hit the first touchdown score again last night. If you were with us last Monday night, we hit them both for the doubleheader. So, let's try to strive for greatness once again tonight. And we don't, let's not think outside the box here. Basically, it's been running backs almost every game. All these primetime games, and for the most part in NFL games, even on Sundays, but we're here with you on these primetime games, and with the exception, I think, of 2 of them, and we're into week 4. There's been a lot of these primetime games already. I think only 2 times it hasn't been a running back. It might have been once only, but I think it's twice. I think it might have been a tight end once, and it might have been a wide receiver another time, or like someone weird, whatever. Maybe a quarterback ran it in. But for the most part, it's been running backs all the time. So I'm going with Achane tonight in this one. And last night we put the late edition in with Derrick Henry. We were going with Kincaid and Cook with the Buffalo Bills. And I said, you know what? I don't like playing too many of these touchdown props because, it kills the profit margin when they're only +4 and +500, etc. But we did play Achane to score the first touchdown of this game at +450. If someone's going to score the first touchdown for the Titans, I do believe that it would be Pollard. So we'll stick with the running backs. And Pollard, first touchdown of the game is +600. That's something, I think that's worthy of putting a little play in. So we're on Achane to score the first touchdown, but let's put a little bit on Pollard here. So for the record, though, I do like Pollard over 51.5 rush yards, and I like Achane over 62.5 rush yards. Those are some props I like, and I like the long field goal in this game as well. The weather is fine in Miami tonight. It's very hot. It's like 90 degrees right now at kickoff. It should cool off as the game goes on, but it is very hot on the field tonight in South Florida. So we're going to go with the long field goal over 47.5, but we're keeping the player props pretty cautious. You know what? We're not going crazy with this one because you don't really know what to expect. I'm expecting a lot of rushing. Achane over 62.5. Pollard over 51.5. Huntley can scramble. Huntley over 33.5. Bring it.
Being a SportsGrid listener doesn't make life perfect, but it'll do till perfect comes along. We're the home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Football Full Circle.
Sam Darnold, as long as he's healthy, and you have the best wide receiver in the NFL in Justin Jefferson, you're going to win games. And I'll just say this. Aaron Jones has been a bright spot to this offense. He can run it, he can catch it, and they are a balanced football team that I think people are selling short because I think they can potentially make it to the NFC Championship.
It's Football Full Circle with Ben Stevens and Joe Lisi. Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Remember the good old days when you could only get AM or FM on your car's radio? No? Well, shut up. We're not that old.
Your home of the winning edge.
Whether you assign a button to us or not. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's do this thing. This is Sports Ridge. I am Gabriel Morency. NFL Game Day edition. Another doubleheader. We're kicking it on Sirius XM Channel 159, SportsGrid Radio Networks. And, of course, we're throwing it down on YouTube. SportsGrid On Demand is the YouTube channel. SportsGrid On Demand. It is free. And we've got live programming on it, such as the special Monday and Thursday Night Football broadcasts, as well as all past shows can be found on SportsGrid On Demand as well. Ridge Reddit Cam Stewart will join us in the 8 o'clock hour. His Seattle Seahawks in action. I've had the Buffalo Bills on primetime TV 3 consecutive weeks. 2 of them were pretty enjoyable. Last night, the Bills were on the wrong side of a blowout. So tonight, we've got the Seattle Seahawks and the Detroit Lions. To me, it's a tricky handicap. It's a tough game. Right? Detroit, I don't really want to lay 4 points with Detroit. I think Detroit are going to win. I think it's going to be close. But like I said, I don't like taking a team that I think is going to win and try to take the points on the other side because I think Detroit are going to win the game. We'll get to this in a moment, but we're off and running right now in Miami. The 0-3 Titans against the 1-2 Dolphins. Like I said, thank God we've got another game going on here. But here we are right now. And I took the running back. So as I said, I'm pretty running back heavy here. Pollard over 51.5 rush yards. Pollard anytime touchdown. Pollard a little piece of the first touchdown. Achane over 62.5 rush yards. Huntley over 32.5 rush yards. Been bouncing around for 31 and 33.5. So we bet Huntley over. So both running backs over rush yards. Both running backs touchdowns. And we took Huntley over rush yards as well. The Miami Dolphins get a 3-and-out to start the game, but we've got our first flag, a late flag after the fact. Personal foul, roughing the passer on the Miami Dolphins. Looks like it's Phillips. Just a ridiculously stupid thing to do when you get the Titans off the field. I don't really like. I see the replay right now. I really don't know what he's supposed to do. I guess he rolled into his leg. I don't really think it wouldn't have been dirty, but somebody it was one of those high-low deals. He got hit. I guess you're not allowed doing that. I get it. It's bad football teams do stupid things, right? There's always that, well, why do they lose? It's never like one play. It's a culmination of things, sort of like that. And plays like that as well. I know it's early. This game just started. It's the first penalty, okay. But stupid penalties are a reflection of your coach. Just point blank. Right? Like when Rex Ryan was the coach of the Buffalo Bills, they led the league in penalties. Right? When Sean McDermott's taken over, and the Bills rarely get penalties. Last night was a sloppy game for them. Not a good example, but there's something to it. Right? Like if you don't respect the coach or you don't think the coach, I'm not saying I respect Rex Ryan, but Rex Ryan was freaking out at the referees all the time. And he was like a hothead nut job on the sideline. So therefore the players, they're going to buy into that and complain about everything all the time. You're sort of a reflection of your coach. Right? And I just wonder about McDaniel, just sort of the undisciplined play of the Miami Dolphins. Tennessee can't beat you really on their own offensively. So the only way really you're going to lose this game is if you beat yourself and you help Tennessee. I mean, on the third down there, Will Levis was nowhere close to completing the pass. So Tennessee dodges a bullet. Now they find themselves at a 2nd and 17 already. Will Levis has a good arm, and he makes good plays. And, I think we throw these young quarterbacks out of the bus pretty quickly in the modern era. But the thing with Will Levis is he did this at Kentucky as well. I remember talking about this, like, I don't know, it was like 3 years ago. I think it was 3 years ago, because it wasn't his. I don't think it was his last year. It might have been, actually. I think it was probably 2 years ago. And I remember we spent a lot of time talking about Will Levis coming into the draft. And there was a play against Mississippi in which it was like third and 13. And he was on the run. He threw this spectacular pass. They were losing the game. He threw it into the end zone to take the lead. But there was a penalty on the play. And then the next play, he threw an interception. So, like, he'll sort of have that, wow, like, that's unbelievable. That's what people see in him, right? Like, people see him make some of these throws. They see his athletic ability, and they buy in. But the decision-making process is a problem. And I don't really think you can teach that. I think you can teach a lot of things. You can teach footwork. You can teach accuracy, right? Like, you can teach mechanics. But you can't like take out like the gunslinger or the Jay Cutler in someone. I think that's the best way of putting it. I think that Will Levis, he's got a lot of Jay Cutler in him, right? Like Jay Cutler could make great plays, but he could also, it would also be one of those WTF type of moments with Cutler as well. And Will Levis, and Will Levis is nowhere near as good as Jay Cutler, but like just sort of that bad decision gene. In it's inherent. Hell, Josh Allen has it, and he's trying to fight it. We saw it come out again last night, didn't we? So the clock is ticking here. I didn't mess with the total of this game. We're 5 minutes in right now, 10:09 left to be exact. And I was going to say Will Levis just came really close to throwing his first interception of the game, and he did just throw his first interception of the game. I'm not so sure he caught it, but they're celebrating like he did. It was almost too obvious, right, to bet the Will Levis, like, interception prop. I'm not sure it's an interception, though. I got to see the replay here. Like, it seemed, I guess the referees are saying that it is. It's an interception, just as we're talking about Will Levis and him making bad decisions. This kid's going to play himself off the team pretty quickly at this rate. Like, you can't turn the ball over, like, as much as he does. And that's one of those playground type of interceptions, man. Like, for anybody wondering, anyone wondering, well, how come I couldn't tell when the intercepted? Number one, it was a defensive lineman that was, like, dropped back into pass coverage. So, that's how bad Will Levis is. The guy's getting picked off by defensive linemen in pass coverage. He threw it right to the dude. Like you would have thought that, like, if he was trying to throw it to the Dolphin player, to Ogba, then it was a perfect pass. Like, he hit him right in between the numbers, but it was a big dude. So he sort of caught it, but he bobbled it and he dropped it kind of. It got stuck in between his knees. You know what I mean? Like when you're a kid type thing, like the ball, you're on the couch or whatever, and like, the ball was on his knees. That's why I was like, I'm not sure he caught that ball because I saw him bobble it. Yeah, he bobbled it, but the ball he's so big, the ball just got stuck in between his fat legs, and it's an interception. So Miami with the football. Nice start for the Miami Dolphins getting Levis off the field. I'm upset with myself, Matthias, because I was like, man, Will Levis is going to throw an interception, but I'm sure it's a big price. And I actually thought, I overthought it, Matthias. I was like, you know what? Maybe, he often fumbles too. He doesn't just throw picks. He often fumbles. So I was thinking, if you're the Tennessee Titans, and I'm asking everyone out loud this is a legitimate question. You know that Will Levis has problems, right? And listen, he's a young quarterback, yes, but whatever. It is what it is. Why do you guys throw as much as you do? Let me check the stats here, because it seemed to me every play we look up, bro, it was like, hey, there's Will Levis back to pass again. Just run the freaking ball. All right, they threw the ball 3 times. They ran it 4 times. So to me, like 3 times, like that's 3 times too many. So Will Levis, 2 or 3, 20 yards in the interception right now. Damn. Man, I knew he was going to throw a freaking pick. Will Levis, that's his 9th turnover of the year. This is the fourth game. 9th turnover of the year, most in the National Football League. There's Huntley. Big play to Waddle to get it going. Let's roll.
The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1927, Babe Ruth smashes his 60th home run of the season, a record that held for 34 years.
Look at it go, by God! Look at it go!
The Bambino went on to hit a career 714 home runs. And in 1939, the first televised college football game as Fordham beats Waynesburg 34-7. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Pharrell, Coast to Coast.
Oh, my God. I can't even do the show. The Mets are suddenly as loose as a goose. Their dugout's lit. They cannot leave ducks on the pond. I think they're a dangerous team. They can hit. They're defensive. All these wild cards have potential to cause damage in the playoffs. I don't think the Mets are a walkover for anybody.
It's Pharrell, Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge, the SportsGrid Radio Network. Are you a SportsGrid listener?
Test yourself.
Have you ever washed a dish and thrown it into a cabinet trying to stack it? If you answered,
how do you wash a dish?
Congratulations.
You're our kind of listener.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, I gave him Morency. One thing we know, all as bettors, you can't live in the past about something you didn't do. But God, I'm an idiot. How the hell did I not take Will Levis to throw an interception? Like, there's some quarterbacks. I'm not a big interception prop guy. You guys know my routine and stuff. I don't often do it. Once in a while I will, but he's the case where you've got to. He's just that. Like, he's toxic. He should go, like, lay off the mayonnaise, bro. Like, seriously, lay off the Hellmann's, okay? Is it Hellmann's? Who's he saying? I guess it's Hellmann's. Lay off the mayonnaise. Like, mix it up. Start eating mustard or something. Like, for those of you that don't know, Will Levis is a psychopath who eats, like, mayonnaise with everything. Like, he puts mayonnaise in his coffee. He eats mayonnaise raw. Like, he doesn't put it on stuff. He just eats it out of the jar. Like, he's a nut job. And he's in great shape, and he's ripped. Oh, he eats bananas with the skin on it still. It's like, all right. All that worked for you to get to the NFL, kid. It's not working for you now. Like, if I was the dietitian of the Titans, I'd pull him aside and I'd say, listen, like, we're making a change with your diet, all right? You're dropping the mayonnaise, number one. And I'm sticking him in a damn room, and I'm going to make him watch all of his stupid decisions that he's made over and over. And I'm going to tell him, no more mayonnaise until you figure this out, bro. And then you get all the mayonnaise you want. But it's becoming a problem. Like, you look like, is he worse than Bryce Young? Like, he's a disaster. That's why I took the Miami Dolphins. I didn't care who the quarterback was. And I was glad that it turned out to be Huntley instead of Skylar Thompson, because Skylar Thompson's pretty bad as well. Let's just call it out for what it is. They're all better than us, right? I don't like calling these guys bad. They're all great athletes, but he's not a good NFL quarterback, Skylar Thompson. So Huntley's more serviceable. And the Dolphins are moving the football up the field right now. They just had an incomplete pass. I don't know. Is that a backwards pass? Is that a live ball? It kind of looked like it was live to me, to be honest. And now they're challenging this. if that was, you know what? I think Miami just turned it over, personally. I saw it live, and I thought that it was kind of strange what happened. I was like, did they blow it dead? You know, I've got the sound down, obviously. It wasn't a forward pass. So that's a live ball. And Tennessee recovered the ball. I think Miami just screwed this up, as we're saying, Miami, this is the bet tonight. This game's a disaster already, man. We're 7 minutes in. This is just bad football. Like, thank God there's another game, because I'm telling you, man, this is just like, this is going to be sheer frustration watching this. Yeah, it is. They turned it over. So they both turned it over now.
We were talking up Huntley during the break. We were talking up Huntley during the break over Skylar Thompson. There he goes, just throwing a backwards pass.
I blame Tyreek Hill. Dude, Tyreek Hill should have caught that. Look at this. Like, what's your problem, Tyreek? You don't catch the ball, Tyreek, and then you don't go after it after. Bro, that's not on Huntley. That's 1,000,000% on Tyreek Hill. See, while Will Levis is thinking about mayonnaise, Tyreek Hill's got like 13 effing lawsuits from Instagram models and, kid payments and whatever. He's worried about getting pulled over by the cops before the game. How about you catching the damn ball? Dude, that wasn't a bad pass. You're Tyreek Hill. Like, you're supposed to be able to catch it. Like, it was right to him. And, whatever, dude. Tyreek Hill looked up the field. It was one of those, I'm going to casually catch this and look up the field. But look at Tyreek Hill after he didn't catch it. He stopped on the play. Like, he's fast. If he just keeps going, the ball would have bounced up to him. That's 1,000,000%.
It's a lazy play. Lazy play.
It is. That's not on Huntley. Well, listen, I'm not telling you it was out of 10. The pass was probably a 7, but it wasn't a 5. It wasn't a 4. It wasn't like, oh, that's a tough catch. No, whatever, dude. It was like, it was a foot in front of him. If he would have paid attention, like, dude, anybody catches that ball. That's on. That's what I'm talking about. The Miami Dolphins. It's their attention to detail. This team. It's the little things, the stupid penalty, the lack of catching. I'm telling you, this is coaching, man. You think Tyreek Hill, fears McDaniel when he gets to the sideline right now? The football nerd? Yeah, I'm sure everyone's shaking in their boots on the Dolphins when McDaniel gets mad Matthias at them, right? Come on, guys, you got to stop doing that. Yeah, okay, coach. You need someone who's going to scare the hell out of them. And look at them. And if you ever do that again, I swear to God, I'll bench your ass for the rest of the season. Right? You got to have a little bit of fear. If you're on the Chargers, all right, Harbaugh, if I screw around, Harbaugh is going to bench me. Right? You know what I mean? Point blank. I won't play. If you're on the Dolphins, it's these guys just do whatever the hell they want to do. Now they let Will Levis scramble for a first down. This game is already, seriously angering me, and we're 8 minutes in. There's 7:03 left in the first quarter, right? God. No, I'm not even exaggerating. This game, is really angering. You got one team.
So we could take cool back a little bit, and here we are just holding our breath.
Well, I think we're going to be here a long time waiting for our first touchdown score prop to hit. All right, so now it's 4th and 1, and you got to be kidding me. I was just going to say there's no way in hell they're punting. Will Levis is, pissed on the sideline, and even although he sucks, he's got a right to be pissed. Dude, you're 0-3. You're the Tennessee Titans. You're 0-3. You just got a turnover. It's 4th and half a yard from the 50-yard line, and you punt the ball. Did you not watch the Buffalo Bills do this last night? I'm calling it right now. H-Hand's going to pop a run for 80 yards and a touchdown here on the first play, just like last night. Here we go. And even better, are we going to a commercial break? Because there's always touchdowns during the commercial break. They're going to a break, too. This is like watching the two stupidest people in the world play Jeopardy. Next topic. I'm unaware of that subject, sir. Can you ask me something else?
Don't Don't look like an idiot at work. Know your stuff. Football and everything else. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Lehigh University scientists have discovered that Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise, in addition to being a delicious sandwich topping, may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of nuclear fusion. Fusion on Earth means superheating hydrogen isotopes to millions of degrees centigrade, hotter than the core of the sun, which turns it into plasma, a soup of positive nuclei and free electrons. Hydraulically whipping a giant vat of Hellmann's mayonnaise turns it into a material that simulates exactly the physical and elastic properties of hot plasma at low temperatures without any of the bad side effects. And later makes for a delicious lunch. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Be the master of your domain. Get the SportsGrid mobile app so now you can get the winning edge while your wife is in a dressing room trying on stuff while you wait patiently on the uncomfortable chair. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
This game is like so bad it's almost good. So the Titans get the turnover. They have the ball at midfield. It's on the 50-yard line. It's like fourth and like a short one type of deal. They don't go for it. Will Levis goes to the sidelines and like stares down like the coaching staff, muttering to himself, looking like lividly angry. He's still on the sidelines right now, like just like really like he's raging. And listen, I agree with you, Will. You should have went for it. But as we were just discussing, Will, you're arguably the worst quarterback in the NFL. You're not really in position to be going to the sidelines and mean mugging the coaching staff. And now Huntley just got sacked. Oh, boy. Wow. This game is just an absolute train wreck of a disaster so far for both football teams. I don't know if how is this game on national television?
Gabe. He almost got his head ripped off, Gabe. I don't know if he got sacked. He almost got his head.
He got hit hard.
Gabe.
He got hit hard. You got taken out. Now the Dolphins are punting from their own end zone here. So suddenly the first touchdown. I don't know. I don't even really trust that Tennessee will be able to do anything with this. They're going to get the ball at on their own like 45-yard line or so. And wow. Mason Rudolph is coming in. This changes everything now. Mason Rudolph is a massive upgrade. I don't know if Will Levis is hurt. He just went into the tent. It could be he might have just went into the tent because this guy, as you see, he's got anger issues. So, Will Levis might like punch the coach in the, he might start punching people. Like you saw him coming off, and he's a bad quarterback, but as you guys see, he is ripped. Like he's a big dude. Like, you know what I mean? And you see, he was pretty scary when he was mad on the sidelines there. You see him like with his faces, and he's like, son of a bitch. He's getting really mad. And I was thinking, I see Mason Rudolph sitting there. And think about it, guys, at Pittsburgh. Mason Rudolph was like better than anyone almost that they had at Pittsburgh. He played better than he did, but he didn't play. And Mason Rudolph is sitting there, and he's got to be thinking, it's only a matter of time before I get in there. And he almost had like a grin on his face. Like Mason Rudolph was sitting there by himself on the bench with some sort of like sly look on his face. And I was thinking, man, how much do they hate this guy that like he's not playing yet? And here we are. Like I said, we'll get the update with Will Levis, but this changes things a little bit here because, like I said, nobody could be worse than Will Levis was. So this is a definite upgrade at quarterback for the Tennessee Titans. And now all the Titans suck type of talk, just like that, they might have just gotten better. Listen, I like Anthony Richardson. I got nothing against Anthony Richardson. I think he's young and raw. You know what I mean? He's going to be good. He's going to be up. He's going to be down. It's going to be one of those deals with him. But the fact is, like a good example is I had the under of the game yesterday, right? The Steelers are like 53-20 to the under their last 73 road games under Tomlin, the last 10 years on the road. It's like automatic. And, you know, we hit the unders in the first 2 road games of the year. Dude, this game probably would have went under too, but the problem is Flacco came in. Their offense got better. There's a couple of, it's rare, but there's a few teams in the NFL. There's a few times where the backup is actually better than the starter is. And you bet on a game believing, like I took the Miami Dolphins believing that Will Levis would play. Now Will Levis is out of the game. Right? It makes a big difference. And you can't argue that, you know, Mason Rudolph isn't better than Will Levis is. That's betting, right? You never know. And watch. So look at this. Just like that, they get like a big run with Rudolph there. You know what a good example is? This is like, all right, here's when he dove for the ball. He dove for the first down out of bounds. He landed on his shoulder or something. So I guess he is hurt. He's gone to the tent. You know what? As someone that has money on Miami, I got to wish Will Levis the best and hope that he gets back on the field right now. I don't want Mason Rudolph. I don't want Mason Rudolph as the quarterback of this game. It's going to be like Carolina, right? Remember like when Dalton came in, suddenly it was like, oh, man, you know, the receivers are running the routes harder because they know the ball's actually going to get there. Suddenly, all right, here, come on, Will, suck it up. All that mayonnaise makes his bones strong. Cam Stewart's going to step up, and then we're going to get into the Seattle and Detroit picks. Although this game is so bad, I don't want to stop watching it now. I'm captivated by its crappiness.
The winning edge comes with many benefits, but nothing as thrilling as that deposit notification. Nothing like it. Listen and see what we mean. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Carver and Lisi.
I just keep plodding along, compiling another 4 in 3 week, boosted me up to 19-13 on the year. Keep stacking those bricks.
So, what's my record right now?
16-16. You are 500.
So 3 games behind you. I told you I'm just pacing myself. Right around week number 7 or 8 is where I kick it into gear. I'm going to club you.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Weekdays 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Researchers at the University of Waterloo have created a new smart fabric when made into clothing can convert body heat and solar energy into electricity. Super durable with self-powered embedded sensors that monitor air temperature, automatically keeping you warm. Even wilder, monitors your vital signs, including respiration and body temperature. It even detects hazardous pathogens in the air you breathe. There's just one thing you probably don't want to do wearing your electrically charged pants. Shower in them! Follow me at G Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. with 2 former Super Contest winners, Grady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined. The Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
No way football is played in the fall and winter.
Because the hits don't hurt as much when you're numb. Get the lowdown on all the sports action coming up right here.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
This is like too good right now. Mason Rudolph is in. Will Levis on the sidelines is like frantically like showing them, I'm good. Like Will Levis knows, man, they march down the field. They score a touchdown without me. I might not get back on the field tonight. And 1 week could lead into another week. And next thing I know, I'm Bryce Young. So Will Levis is like gung-ho right now to get back in this football game. And, you know, you're in a tough spot when you're these teams. Like Carolina is a good example, like to be honest. Like if you're Carolina, all right, Andy Dalton, is he better than Bryce Young? Yeah. He's also been in the league for 20 years to a kid that's been in the league for a year and a half or less. And if you're Carolina and you're these bad teams, you've got to bite the bullet and kind of suck with the young quarterback. Because it's really it's a win-win situation. The young quarterback either fights through it and gets toughens up and starts to get into a rhythm and start to figure it out, and or whatever, you suck again and you're able to get a new quarterback. So like if I'm Carolina, I don't really want to win too many games, to be honest with you. You got all these quarterbacks, you got all these players in the NFL draft. You guys suck. Like you're not a quarterback away. You're a lot of players away. So, same thing with Tennessee. I mean, Tennessee, you guys you're not going to win no matter who your freaking quarterback is. Right? I mean, they're okay, but you know what I mean? They're a 7-8 win team. Like, they're a 500 team, I guess, with a good quarterback, I think. But they have a new coaching staff. But anyways, this game's a train wreck. Let's just do a quick check here, and we'll bring Cam in. Let's get to the game coming up. Detroit. Right now, the total is 30.5 here in Tennessee and Miami. God, I should have taken the under 37 to begin with. All right, Cam. Seahawks and Detroit Lions coming up here. Your Seattle Seahawks. A lot of injuries on the defensive side of the ball. You got Williams is out and Murphy's out. So the D-line really takes a hit here tonight. The Lions have injuries, too, on both sides of the ball. So both teams are kind of beat up. The Lions are laying 4 right now. The total is 47. What are your best bets? What's your pick here, Cam, for the Seahawks and Lions? What are your picks and props?
I like the over, Gabe, and you're right. Byron Murphy II has been fantastic on the line. He's really changed things. So Detroit will be able to do some stuff, and I think Seattle will do well too. Kenneth Walker, I expect more of him, even though Charbonnet's been a touchdown machine. I think the over 47, that's 7.5, so low number. Tease Seattle to 11 with over 40. I think that's a good look. First touchdown, Montgomery, for first touchdown scores. Montgomery for Detroit. He tends to get a lot of those touches at the goal line. For Seattle, I took Walker at 8-1 and a flyer on Smith and Jigba at 16-1. Metcalf anytime touchdown is plus 175. I like that as well. And St. Brown plus 125 for the Lions. I expect more points in this train wreck game of Tennessee and Miami. You're right. This game is it's like a train wreck. You don't want to take your eyes away from it. It's so bad, it's good.
Yeah, plus 750 I see for Kenneth Walker, first touchdown. Walker is back, although you never really know. Charbonnet could get it. And as good as Kenneth Walker is, and he's a good back, he's always hurt. Let's just call it out for what it is. He was hurt in college. He's hurt in the NFL. And this is just going to be a pattern moving forward. So we'll see if he gets through the game tonight. And he could have, you know what I mean? I just don't, in the big picture, Walker gets hurt a lot. He just does. But Charbonnet is good as a backup coming in. But Kenneth Walker, I see plus 750, first touchdown score, not bad. David Montgomery, I agree. The running backs have been kingpins at this. All right, here's the long field goal prop. How far is this kick? Looks pretty long. 53-yard kick. And the kick is up. The kick is good. The Tennessee Titans take a 3-0 lead in this game. And the first touchdown score prop is still going here, Cam. That could be open for a while, this one.
Yeah, that one's going to be open until the fourth quarter, Gabe. Don't think we're going to get a touchdown in this one that quick. It's nice to see, points on the board. 3-0 Tennessee.
Long field goal hits. Relatively early, just like last night. We hit it. Bass hit a long kick early in the game last night, and we hit it. So the primetime hits. Tonight, guys, with the game coming up here tonight in the Dome once again, I'm expecting points as well. I think this game's going to go over tonight. Both defenses are pretty beat up. So I think both teams will have some success. And they played last year, and it was a 37-31 game that went to overtime, and Seattle beat them. Seattle guys have actually beaten the Detroit Lions the last 6 times that they played. But I get the feeling tonight that Detroit, it sort of comes together for them in the sense that, you look at Seattle. Seattle really haven't played anybody this year, right? Like, if you look at the quarterbacks that they played Bo Nix in his first ever game in the National Football League, and he was terrible. They played the New England Patriots and Jacoby Brissett. The game went to overtime, right? Anyone could have won. It went to overtime. The Patriots should have won. They missed a field goal. So Seattle survives, goes to overtime. Then they get the Tua-less Miami Dolphins, and they get Skylar Thompson, and they knock Skylar Thompson out of the game. And it just turned into like a cakewalk free pass for them. They haven't ever been challenged by a passing attack this year. Not once. Like, not one team that they played says, yeah, you know what? All right, stop our passing attack. Right? So we're going to see. But I'm not saying they can't do it, Cam, but it doesn't help that they have Williams out and they have Murphy out to get the pressure to the quarterback. And speaking of which, guys, here's a nice prop, and it's -115. Let's get this in right now. Aiden Hutchinson, Michigan Wolverine. This guy is a freaking monster, okay? Geno Smith gets pressured a lot. The Seattle Seahawks offensive line isn't great. They give up a lot of pressure. He's the 7th most rushed quarterback in the National Football League. Like hurry-ups and stuff like that. Their line gets beat quite a lot, and that was against subpar teams. Now, the thing is, they're pretty good against the blitz. Geno can get rid of the ball. But what makes Detroit so good, they don't really blitz. They don't have to. Hutchinson's a freaking monster, Cam, that just pushes like 3 people into the quarterback and stuff, right? And then, he collapses on you. He's got 6.5 sacks, guys, in 3 games. He's got 25 quarterback pressures this year. 25 times he's gotten into the backfield and hurried the quarterback, hit the quarterback, freaked the quarterback out, sacked the quarterback. Hutchinson right now, I know TJ Watt's arguably the best defensive player in football, but Hutchinson's right now the best defensive lineman in the NFL. Like, so far this year and ending last year, he's a sack machine. He makes plays on the run. He's just a great football player. All right. And his sack prop tonight is -115. As many times as I expect Geno Smith to have to drop back to pass tonight, there's no way Hutchinson doesn't get to him.
I agree. I think that's one of the best bets on the board, Morency. And, Hutchinson's an absolute animal. I will say this, Charles Cross, Seattle's lineman, they picked up from Ole Miss. He's been a real revelation this year. He had problems. He's really starting to figure out. Sometimes it takes a couple of years, but it doesn't matter. There's other weakness across the line. So I would agree. Hutchinson does it against anybody, so he'll do it against Seattle. That's a great bet. I'd lay that. I'm surprised that bet's not like $1.50 because the guy's an animal every single game he plays. An absolute killer. Love that. Love him. Yeah. You're right. I think he's probably the 2nd best defensive player in the league. If you're looking at guys like Watt and him, like, he's been amazing. I don't think he's talked about enough, even though people talk about him. They should talk about him more. That's how damn good he is.
Well, getting at the quarterback, there's a lot of great defensive. Chris Jones is awesome, but just Hutchinson for a young player to get to the quarterback. But you know what? To player to record a sack, I swear to God, it was -115 before. Now it's 245. They made a mistake with it.
That's a big difference. -115 to 245. Oh God, is that like half a sack?
Now you got a same game parlay this. So let's go. I'm going to go with the total of the game. I do like the over this football game. So the countdown to kickoff is on here. So all right, for my picks, this is a really tough game. I think Detroit win, but I don't think they're going to blow Seattle out. I think they're going to trade points. They went to overtime last year. I could see Detroit winning by like 3 points or something like that. I've got Detroit to win the game in moneyline parlays already with Miami and the Braves. But let's go over the number, and I think a 7-point teaser with the Seahawks is not a bad play. Long field goal to the over. Montgomery first touchdown of the game.
Yeah, it's getting cooler.
Football weather is here.
Stay tuned for all the latest odds, strategies, and info. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Football full circle.
So if there was ever a team that needed 3 quarterbacks on their roster, it would be the Dolphins. But they only had 2, and this guy's been with the team for 3 years, so he's got to be good, right? After 3 years on the team, and he stinks. Oh, he's got no business being in an NFL uniform. So what is he still doing on the Dolphins? What is Skylar Thompson doing on this Dolphin team?
It's football full circle with Ben Stevens and Scott Wetzel. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we share these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us.
800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. You're listening
to The Source.
Sports gaming strategies and information on daily sporting events.
In other words,
it's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
Keep it here.
For gaming, odds, and more. Get the winning edge 24/7. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Let's roll. Countdown to kickoff. Part 2. We're moments away right now from Seattle and Detroit. Although we can't say this Tennessee and Miami game hasn't been interesting just because it has been such a train wreck. 3-0 right now. We're early in the second quarter, 12 minutes remaining in the second quarter. The new in-game total is 29.5 right now. The Titans are minus 115. Dolphins minus 105. So Seattle and Detroit getting ready to kick off. We talked about the first touchdown scores. Hutchinson was minus 115 to record a sack earlier in the day, all the way up to 245 right now. I guess they just missed it or slipped up, but we took the long field goal over 46.5 here. We took the over 47. I put a teaser in with Seattle, teased up to 11 over to 40, but I do think Detroit are going to win. And I also think that this game is going to be a great in-game betting opportunity. Right? I think there'll be some points. There'll be a couple of swings here. I think we'll have opportunities to jump in on these players. As far as player props are concerned, I do agree. I think Jackson Smith and the Jigba does have a nice game tonight. I like his yardage prop to the over. I'm not so much sure about him getting to 5 receptions, though. I prefer if it was 3.5 and not 4.5. And Detroit props are tough, too, guys, because Detroit have a lot of players. Right? I mean, they could give it. They could throw it to Laporta. They could throw it to St. Brown. You got Jameson Williams. They use Montgomery, right? And then you got Gibbs. They're a tricky team from a prop perspective. One thing that's been the most consistent with them, Cam, is Montgomery's taken over as the running back here. Right? It's not that Gibbs is a stud. Gibbs has like 207 yards rushing in the first 3 games. So I'm not saying that Gibbs isn't a part of this, but look who starts the game. It's Montgomery. Montgomery's their smash mouth guy. The Lions want to play smash mouth football. And it's pretty clear, bro. Every time they get it inside the 5-yard line, they give it to Montgomery. They don't give it to Gibbs. Gibbs is like Cook. Gibbs needs to score if he gets it from the 12 or something and speed it in. Gibbs isn't good at plowing it in from the 3 or 4 yard line. Montgomery is born to do it. That's all he does.
Yeah, Montgomery's an absolute beast from inside the 5. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Also, one thing to note about Detroit, Laporta has been a guy that's been a little bit banged up and very disappointing, actually, too. So I wouldn't be surprised if Wright had a couple catches tonight. I know Laporta's the tight end, but he's been pretty ineffective. And you're absolutely right about Gibbs. He might get a lot of quick dishes tonight, but I love Montgomery at the goal line. He gets a touchdown every game for Detroit.
Man, I've got an additional. I clicked away too much. I've got to have a couple of bullets left here. I'm doing a live deposit here.
Doing a live deposit on air. That's great. We need an ATM machine.
I literally just did. No, I can walk and talk and chew gum and do everything at the same time. People don't even notice. Boom, boom. My mind was like, all right, how much? Go.
Live deposit.
Well,
that's great.
I got carried away with that stupid Miami game.
Yeah.
Even though it was a bad game, I'm sitting here and I'm just clicking away and I'm like, next thing I know, I got this, I got that, and then I got, I'm getting in on this stuff. So the Detroit Lions get the ball first here. They're in a 3rd and 6 situation. The Seahawks last week, Miami were 1 of 15 on 3rd down, man. Look, Seattle's defense has been great, been a real deal. And look at this. They terrorized Jared Goff on 3rd down and they get to him. Backpedaling for the Detroit Lion offense there to start the football game. Seattle will come to play on defense.
They sure have. This team's different now. Like Rick Woolen was a guy that, he kind of stepped back, and they have Witherspoon from Illinois. People don't understand, and McDaniel's been great. Like all these defensive guys that had great years had kind of a bad year last year, and he seems to be getting things going. Wow. And Tennessee too, Dave. I think they're moving the ball. I think they're at like the 3-yard line, but a penalty flag is up as well.
If this was the CFL, Seattle would have been called for like 3 pass interference penalties. I swear to God. They just showed the overhead shot. It's like a Seattle thing. Pete Carroll started it, and McDaniel obviously likes it coming from Michigan and Baltimore. But if you just grab everybody's jersey on every play, we're not going to call pass interference 12 times. They might do it a couple of times. They'll hit you, but they get tired of it. And you get away with it. It really is ingenious. The Legion of Boom was the ones that really started that in the NFL. Right? Like they kind of realized
the Chiefs do it.
They're smart too. Like smart football teams will do it. And you don't blatantly pass interfere, but you just sort of set a tempo early. Like, look at this. Like, come on, bro. They're showing the replay here, Cam. This guy got mauled at the end of the field, like the back end of the field.
Cheaters, you know that, Dave. That's what they do.
I know what I mean.
That's
what I said. If it's the CFL, like it's like, whoa, we're challenging this. And I got like 3 instances of PI around here, right, guys?
I like it.
Cam, I looked up. All I saw was like everyone grabbing jerseys and pushing people. I'm like, whoa, I guess you guys are going to let that go. Okay. All right. But let's see if they let Detroit do it as well.
Nice and dirty. Yeah, we used to get away with murder back in the day. I remember every play was like pass interference. But hey, you said it's not going to call it on every play. And sometimes I think they call too much. But Seattle's mastered the old jersey tug and good angles, stuff like that. They've been doing it for a long time, and they're very good at it. And I watched the Chiefs as well. They've mastered the art of getting no calls on pass interference.
I'm not sure that Metcalf caught that ball, but they're saying that he did. I said, like, was he even in? Detroit aren't challenging it. Normally, Campbell's like horrible at challenging things, though. He's always wrong. Yep. So I'm telling you right now, I'm almost thinking you guys would probably challenge this thing because I don't know, you're always wrong with this. I think he got both in. I think it was a hell of a catch. I'm seeing a replay now. Let's see. It was a hell of a catch. Let's see if he pulled this off. One. Yeah, he did. He did. Good call by the refs. There were 2 refs right there as well. Not that I have a lot of confidence in these guys, but they were right. It was a catch, off and running. So Seattle moving the football a little bit. And as you said, Cam, Tennessee were moving the ball, bro. But now I see they're suddenly on a 34-yard line. They've gone backwards.
Yeah, they had a play that looked really, really good, and it went all the way to the 3-yard line and got called back on holding. They're just killing themselves. They had a play where they could have had a defensive touchdown. The mistakes. It's unbelievable. They should be up way more than 3-0. They're letting Miami hang around. That's what they do.
And they just kicked a field goal. The field goal is good. 6-0 Titans right now. Still scoreless in Motown. Let's roll.
Confused, lost in an ocean of data?
Relax, dude.
We got you. Seriously, the home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1927, Babe Ruth smashes his 60th home run of the season, a record that held for 34 years.
Look at it go, Vanguard! Look at it go!
The Bambino went on to hit a career 714 home runs. And in 1939, the first televised college football game as Fordham beats Waynesburg 34-7. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Pharrell Coast to Coast.
Oh my God! I can't even do the show. The Mets are suddenly as loose as a goose. Their dugout's lit. They cannot leave ducks on the pond. I think they're a dangerous team. They can hit. They're defensive. All these wild cards have potential to cause damage in the playoffs. I don't think the Mets are a walkover for anybody.
It's Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge, the SportsGrid Radio Network.
We take one thing very seriously: trust. When we say you can depend on us to be your source for gaming, the latest odds, and more.
We're not just whistling Dixie.
So stay tuned. We won't let you down. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Six nothing for the Titans. In-game total 29.5 right now. So the Miami Dolphins have done nothing on offense to start the football game. And Seattle and Detroit, of course. And on a weekly basis, everybody always loves the Detroit games to go over. Every week. It's like, oh, yeah, Detroit game's going to go over. I was a victim of it. You know, the Rams, week 1. Oh, yeah, Detroit's going to go over for sure against the Rams. And whatever, both teams moved the ball up and down the field, got stuck in the red zones, and even though it went to overtime, it still ended up staying barely just under the number, but it did. Detroit goes to Arizona. Oh, how does this game not go over the number? Well, Arizona couldn't keep up. Detroit were good, but Arizona couldn't keep up. There's always something with these Detroit games, and so far it's been a punt fest, right? So they've gone back and forth. Detroit got stopped. Seattle completed a pass or two, and then they stalled, and they punted the ball back to the Detroit Lions. So now the Lions get the ball deep in their own territory, but they just popped a run on first down to get a little bit of room here with Montgomery. So an updated point spread in the Detroit-Seattle game is 3.5, 43.5. The total has already fallen all the way from 47 to 43.5. And I tell you, Cam, normally they don't move it this fast. Like there's a human element to this where I think there's a human trader and or the computer's got a feeling suddenly Detroit's totals have been overpriced. Like we'll see if their offense can get going tonight. It's been the red zone. I don't remember what they were in the red zone against LA in week 1, but they stalled a lot. 2 weeks ago, what was the game that they lost? Who the hell did they play? I'm already losing track. Who did they play?
Tampa Bay.
Oh, yeah, Tampa Bay. They were 1 for 7 in the red zone.
They were horrible. You're right.
Like they move the ball and they get to the red zone and they go for it a lot, Cam. Like Campbell goes for it. He doesn't take the 3. And then it's like, dude, we didn't get anything out of all this. And then these games stay under the number. Like they're not converting and finishing their drives, Detroit.
It's an excellent point. And a lot of these games, we've talked about primetime games. Look at the Bills-Baltimore game. It didn't get there last night either. It fell short by a couple points. It's just, it's happening right now. These unders are cashing in big time, and you're absolutely right about Campbell. Yeah, Campbell's just one of these guys. He just goes for it all the time, and he makes a lot of bad decisions, in my opinion. He doesn't like threes. He should take field goals every once in a while. Big first down for Detroit.
And Jared Goff as well. Goff hasn't been great this year. He's been okay, but it's been a collective, actually. The Detroit Widers, Detroit they're sort of building towards something. So we all judge these teams early in the season. They're changing their identity, basically, Detroit. They don't want to throw the ball 38 times a game. They want to run the ball more. And the problem is, too, like their wide receivers are sort of good, but they're not great. Like St. Brown isn't, St. Brown sort of had this big coming out party, and he's coming on. He's not a top tier number one guy. He's good, but he's not like this. Like the defensive coordinators aren't like, oh my God, all right, we got to double team him, or what are we going to do with St. Brown here tomorrow? He's just he's okay. Williams is fast, but he doesn't run good routes. He doesn't get open. Laporte has been hurt. Right, here's St. Brown over the middle of the field. Like, just where I'm getting with this is St. Brown needs to step up. He needs to step up. He needs to start getting open more, making plays. Nice catch by him there. Goff needs to step up as well. And I don't know if you remember, I said this, Cam, in the offseason. I told everybody this for the Detroit Lions. Now you're getting paid. Like, it was a big party last year in Detroit, right? The last 2 years. Oh, we don't suck anymore. This is great. Yeah, well, now everybody on the team all got like $130 million, $200 million. Everybody's paid on the Lions. There's no room to bring anyone else in anymore. These guys have to do it now. It's sort of like the Bills. They're a younger version of the Bills in a way, but it's like, okay, like there's no more help coming. This is it, guys. So this is our team now. And not only is this our team, but people think we're supposed to win the Super Bowl with this team. I think Detroit are still figuring that out right now, but nice little drive they've got going on here, mixing in the run, as you see, Cam. I'm telling you, like, people think of Detroit as some sort of, like, high-flying offensive team. They're really boring it down, man. They're turning into, like, Michigan. They just want to run the ball.
Another thing, too, Gabe, if you look at other teams, like Detroit used to have more high-explosive plays. You're right. They're running the ball. They're doing little patterns for 5 or 6 yards and nickel and diming their way down the field. They are running the ball quite well on this drive, but I'm going to say that. And basically, teams are like, Detroit, if you give you 15 and 16 plays instead of 5, eventually you're going to make a mistake.
Well,
that's
also,
what teams are doing to Detroit as well.
I don't think Ben Johnson, their OC there, I'm not sure he fully trusts Goff a lot. I think they're like, you know what, if we throw the ball a lot, he's going to throw an interception. So we got to sort of limit.
Tired like me, and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money. Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it, and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the tax relief line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to 0. That's right. If you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to 0 due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Lehigh University scientists have discovered that Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise, in addition to being a delicious sandwich topping, may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of nuclear fusion. Fusion on Earth means superheating hydrogen isotopes to millions of degrees centigrade, hotter than the core of the sun, which turns it into plasma, a soup of positive nuclei and free electrons. Hydraulically whipping a giant vat of Hellmann's mayonnaise turns it into a material that simulates exactly the physical and elastic properties of hot plasma at low temperatures without any of the bad side effects. And later makes for a delicious lunch. Follow me at Chicapalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Fall is almost here. It's time to stow the lawnmower and get ready for all that glorious action coming your way. Stay tuned to SportsGrid for all the strategies, angles, and info you need to get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Oh, they're pounding the rock right now. They're on the goal line. They've given it to Montgomery the last 2 times. And as I called before, I said Gibbs is the type of guy, he's going to score the touchdown for you from like the 18, from the 14. Like, he's super fast. He gets to the corner. And, man, they were on the 20-yard line or so. And he just freaking exploded up the middle of the field for like 18. Boom. It was like, he got tackled on the 5 or the 3 or 4, whatever. And they took him out of the game, right? It's the old touchdown poacher. Montgomery's a touchdown pocher.
Let's
see if he can punch it in here.
He's the ultimate poacher.
Touchdown Montgomery. First touchdown of the game.
Go.
Hey,
hey, if somebody's going to get it, better be Montgomery.
Last night we hit Derek. I'm telling you, it's the running backs. We don't have to overthink it.
No.
Over and over and over and over in these primetime games, it's the freaking running backs. And we hit the first. We hit anytime. Don't tease me and tell me he's down or he's in. There's nothing worse than that than celebrating a prop and then you find out you don't win and then they don't get it on the next play.
He almost did. That was a great move by Montgomery. He was like flying in the air and no body part touch there. That was some good verticals right there. Like, he's a strong guy. He got in. Hey, we hit the first touchdown prop. It's a great start. And yeah, Gabe, remember before, I could recall last year, it was the year of the tight end. We'd take like tight ends, like Likely would get a touchdown and Knox and everybody else. And now it's just running backs left, right, and center. Just bet running backs for the first touchdown. You'll be doing fine.
Offensive coordinators are definitely figuring it out right now. At least the smart ones are. All these teams, when you throw your stupid fade patterns into the corner of the end zone, they're like mini Hail Marys and just bad play calling from inside the 5. Atlanta was a good example. Philadelphia, we can go on and on. Like, Buffalo do weird things in short yardage situations. That was very simple. It's like, all right, give it to Montgomery, move the pile 2 yards. All right, give it to Montgomery, move the pile 1 yard. They needed 4 yards, and they figured, all right, we got 4 cracks at this, and we'll give it to Montgomery 4 times in a row. Like, teams, you'll often see teams, they'll try it on one play, and they'll be like, all right, didn't work. Let's try this now. And then they go back to this after.
Exactly.
And they start getting all over the place. You need consistency. And Detroit punch it in right now. So we hit the anytime touchdown score with Montgomery. And we hit the first touchdown score prop of the game. We went a little bigger on this one today, too, just because we've been hitting him so freaking much. So Montgomery cashes plus 450. And Montgomery cashes minus 138. So we got two plays off and running there. The Miami Dolphins have kicked a field goal. It's 6-3 right now in South Beach. The Titans are minus 2.5. The total is 30.5 in this game. I really don't know where these points are going to come from. I think I'm going to jump in on the in-game under here in a second. And now Detroit. So Detroit are up 7-0. Seattle suddenly are getting 7.5, and the in-game total is up to 46.5 right now. Of course, it closed at 47. What do you think about the 7.5 now, Cam? How do you feel about the Seahawks?
Got to be honest with you, Gabe, I might wait. I think maybe Seattle will put up a field goal. I think they're going to be down more than 7 in this game, and then I'm going to hit them, and I think they can come back and make it a game after that. Not necessarily do what Green Bay did to Minnesota, which was a crazy game yesterday. I couldn't believe they almost came back in that game. That was nuts. But yeah, I'm gonna show a little patience and wait for a better number. I'm not sure if they're going to score on this drive, but if I get more than 7.5, then I'll be interested in Seattle. I like the totals pretty well where it was at the start, so we're doing okay.
I think Seattle right now, I think it's a nice number. If people haven't gotten in on it, or you're looking for another angle here on this. Seattle could score on this drive, and suddenly it's going to go back down to plus 3.5 here. I don't think Seattle are going to get blown out in this football game. What I'm personally waiting for here, and now we're off and running with two wins in this game, plus we hit the long field goal prop already in the Miami game. So it's been a nice start. Three wins already early in the night here. I like the start. Thing I'm waiting for, I want this game. I'd like someone to get up. I'm waiting for one of the quarterbacks here to have to start to throw the football. But Seattle are not going to get out of their game plan now just because they're down by 7. So, and one thing about Seattle, too, they are a little bit unpredictable still. Who the hell knows what Ryan Grubb's going to do? It's his first year in the National Football League. Ryan Grubb was the offensive coordinator of the Washington Huskies. And so, he does have the unpredictably factor going for him a little bit here. But I would expect Seattle to go down the field here. And here they're already starting to throw the football a little bit. I think there's going to be points here. So let me see what Gino is at right now. Yes, last night we got burnt because Josh Allen got taken out of the game. It's the only fear when you take these quarterback passing props of the team that is down, that you're like, all right, this team's going to have to start throwing the football, is if the game turns into a rout and or it's, the quarterback gets freaking taken out of the game. And it's happened to me twice. It happened. I took Trevor Lawrence last Monday over passing yards, and the game was such a debacle, they took him out of the game. And I took Josh Allen in-game passing yards last night. Same thing, such a debacle, they took him out of the game. All right, so Seattle gets stopped on second down. We got a 3rd and 8 coming up here. And I've got my eye on this Miami Dolphin, Tennessee Titan football game as well right now. As it's the total is 30.5 here still, Cam. I really don't know how these teams are to get to 31 points in this game tonight.
I'm kind of thinking the same thing. It's you know what I mean? It's just been a field goal fest. Tennessee moves the ball at will, but they just can't get in the end zone. Miami's been stalled on a couple 4th downs. Yeah, that number looks extremely low, but I don't know, man. Who's good? Who can get there? I'm not sure anybody. I'd agree with you. We're at 9 points right now. It stays at 9 for the half. What do you need? You need 21.5 points to that's a lot of points for these two teams. Tennessee's defense has stepped up, and Miami can't seem to do anything on offense right now. So I would agree.
I would expect there to be another 3 points in the first half here. Still,
yeah.
There's still 2.5 minutes left, and someone probably kicks a field goal. Tennessee actually are kind of at midfield here right now. Seattle are moving the ball. So Seattle are inside the 50-yard line right now. Geno Smith is looking good throwing the football. As I thought, let's get Geno's number here right now. Active.
You said it. Look what's going on here. Bobo gets a catch. That's the whole thing about Grubb. You'll go to Lockett. You'll go to Bobo. The one thing that he does, he always takes a couple shots with DK down the field. It's been amazing. Geno Smith in play action has hit a Metcalf in every single game for a bomb. He throws a very, very pretty long ball. And yeah, that's the thing about Seattle, Gabe. It's under Pete, Pete Carroll, run, pass, punt. Run, pass, punt. It's totally different now. You don't know what you're getting. Very happy with the changes.
Seattle have run 9 offensive plays tonight. They've only run the ball once. They've thrown the ball 8 times out of their 9 play calls tonight. Very, very aggressive play calling. Walker got stuffed the one time he tried to run the football, but I'm surprised they've been as pass heavy as they are. Geno Smith's passing yard props up to 276.5 is frozen right now. Yet Jared Goff's number is 212.5. And, man, I know that they want to run the football, offsetting penalties on the last play. I know that they want to run the football, but the longer this drive goes right now, the more this number is going to dip for Jared Goff, and I'm going to have to jump in here soon. Anytime you get an NFL freaking quarterback, man, in a game, put it this way. If Jared Goff doesn't get to 212 passing yards, I don't see how the hell we're going to win the over of this game. That's a low number. I get it that they run the ball, but he's still going to throw the ball as well. There's still going to be chunk plays to be made against the Seahawks tonight. Their secondary isn't great, Seattle. I'm going to jump in right now. I'm going over. So for everybody, here's an in-game play. Over 212.5 passing yards for Jared Goff. Oh, my God. This changed everything in a hurry. They just froze it on me. Crazy play going on here. Metcalf. Wow. All right, it's not returned. Obviously, it's going to be reviewed, but long story short, Metcalf caught the ball, was running with the ball, fumbled the ball. Detroit picked it up and ran it all the way back to like the 20-yard line, and I don't see any ref saying otherwise. Is he down? No. It's close, but no, the ball's coming out.
This is it. Your open 24/7 headquarters of the plan and this sound.
We call it the winning edge.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
In 1972, in his final game before his tragic plane crash, Pirates outfielder Roberto Clemente doubles off the Mets' John Matlack to become the 11th player to record 3,000 hits.
Bobby hits a drive into the gap in the left center field. There she is.
Clemente was elected to the Hall of Fame 6 months after his passing. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
You're listening to sports gaming strategies and information you can take to the bank.
But that's not enough.
You've got to be smart about it.
Don't be a schmo.
Keep it here. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
What a wild Monday it's been, starting off with a doubleheader of baseball action. You weren't going to get a crazier game than game one of the Mets and Braves. The D-backs were like fans. They had no choice but to just sit back and watch the games, and they had no control over anything. They're like better suddenly, right? Praying for the best. But so we had a wild day of baseball. Now we got 2 football games going on. One of them is so bad, it's almost kind of entertaining in a pathetic, sort of terrible way. And that's Tennessee and Miami. We got a 6-3 game going on, and we've got some explosive plays going on here suddenly in Detroit and Seattle as Metcalf. As I stated, Metcalf caught the pass. He was running with the ball. He got hit. It was very close to him being down, right? It was almost simultaneous, but he was fumbling the ball. He got hit before his knee was down, and the referees agree. Detroit are now knocking on the door once again. The new point spread is 10.5. In-game total is 49.5. I just clicked the 49.5. I think this thing's going to open up. And I was just talking about betting Jared Goff over 212.5. We didn't get a chance to, and I'm glad I didn't get it in. They took it off the board because of the fumble return. But now we just jumped in on Geno Smith. See, that's how things change in-game. We just jumped in on Geno Smith over, and it's kind of high, but I still think he's going to get there. Geno Smith over 294.5 passing yards. So Geno Smith over 294.5 passing yards. As we're seeing, anyone who's watching this game tonight sees they're not really running the ball to begin with, and they're not going to be able to run the ball because they're about to be losing 14-0 right now. And there's the second touchdown of the game for the Detroit Lions. Jahmyr Gibbs with the touchdown. Campbell, you know what? You can't just keep on giving it to Montgomery all the time. Campbell's smart. That's where you're like, you know what? Let's give Gibbs a bone here, man. Like the kid just popped one. Let him score this touchdown. So Gibbs, good for Gibbs. Gibbs scores the touchdown, and the Detroit Lions are up 13-0 extra point pending. Let's bring in Joe Madden right now. Joe, good to see you tonight. What do you think about the start of this game? Who are you on? Detroit, Seattle, over, under? What do you got here?
I've got a ton of bets in these games. Looking at the Seattle and the Detroit Lions, I did take the Detroit Lions laying the 7.5. I know Jared Goff has been kind of up and down with this Lions offense and been throwing those interceptions, Gabe, but I did have faith in them to start clicking tonight. I love that we've seen them already get that 2 touchdowns on the board. I took Jamari Gibbs over for his rushing and receivings combined. That was at 77.5. I still like those live numbers to look at him. I do think he continues to take the ball. I love what you're looking at with Geno Smith, especially with them down. I originally took his number over the 250.5 and his over 34.5 passing attempts because the Seattle team has struggled to run the ball. And I also look at this defense. You look at the defenses that Seattle has faced, Bo Nix, Jacoby Brissett, and Skylar Thompson, nowhere at the level of Jared Goff in that other game. Well, I went with the kickers. I took both kickers for over on their kicking props. Nick Folk already cashing that there for the Tennessee Titans. Over 5.5 was minus 132. And then Jason Sanders, his is 6.5 for the Miami Dolphins. That's at minus 108. I also took the interceptions for both of these quarterbacks. Now, Will Levis threw that interception before he went out. And I also took the defensive touchdowns, the pick sixes here for both of these teams at plus 950, Gabe.
It's not a bad bet, actually. Well, you know what? You're kind of getting a little bit you're lucky that Will Levis threw the interception as quickly as he did because Mason Rudolph's not, you know what I mean? The turnover's not going to come in the same way. And looks like, I don't know if Levis is healthy enough to come in. I think he is. And they just, like I said, guys, earlier, he could tell. Like, when you're playing as poorly as you are and you got someone coming in, Mason Rudolph, that's an 8-4-1 starter, in the NFL and has looked good, you can almost see the look. I called it, Joe. Like Will Levis is looking over and seeing Mason Rudolph going in. And when you're playing as poorly as Will Levis is, I mean, Tennessee win this game, they're going to start Mason Rudolph. I mean, like next thing you know, you're Bryce Young and Mason Rudolph's Andy Dalton, right? Because you're just not playing well enough. And the difference is Rudolph can make these throws and, you know, the receiver's going to be open. He can just, you know, it's just much more efficient. It sucks for me because I'm on the Miami Dolphins, Joe. Not massively, but I'm on the Dolphins to win this game, and I got them in a parlay, so it's kind of frustrating. If Will Levis plays, Miami wins this game. Now I'm not so sure that Mason Rudolph's in. It looks like Tennessee are going to beat him, to be honest.
As soon as the Dolphins will get under Mason Rudolph's skin, we know that he has those anger issues out there. I can't trust him. I think he's just as irrational as Will Levis, but it's emotional irrational out there. So I think his emotions get the best of him. I think Miami can still get it done, Gabe.
No, I think he's fine. He had an incident where whatever.
There's been a couple, though. He just looks... No, I'm not even talking about the incident. I'm talking about how he looks in those last couple minutes of games. Right? He looks emotional out there.
Yeah, he's a good quarterback. You know what I mean? He's probably one of these guys. I personally think with Mason Rudolph, there's something, I don't know, there's something about him that probably rubs coaches or somebody the wrong way because he never really gets a chance despite playing well. There's not, put it this way, guys, there's not a lot of quarterbacks that have an 8-4-1 record that kind of like, no, you're not really going to compete for the job, right? Like it's almost, and that was the thing with Pittsburgh. I don't think Tomlin liked them, right? He had the incident with Myles Garrett where a lot of people on Pittsburgh kind of blamed him for it, right? Like he was talking a lot of smack to Garrett and people thought it went too far. And they're like, bro, you're a backup and you're causing this big thing. And then Garrett smokes him with the helmet right after. And it was like, you don't want to blame the victim. But people sort of blame, Rudolph, like even in Pittsburgh's room, people kind of like thought Rudolph instigated a lot of it. So like I said, he's rubbed people the wrong way, but when he's on the football field, he's pretty good. He was a great college quarterback. Like put it this way, guys, there's worse quarterbacks starting in the NFL than Mason Rudolph right now, Joe. I'll tell you that. So 6-3 in this game. And This will be a pathetically gutless loss for the Miami Dolphins. Like, I don't care that Tua's not there. Like, if you're McDaniel, spend less time and worrying about your hairstyle and gel in your hair and, winning football games. Like, this is freaking pathetic. Yep. Like, no, seriously. Like, you're playing the Tennessee Titans and you can't pick up, you can't get them off the field. You have a 6-3 game here. At least the Canes are good.
Get SportsGrid on the radio, TV, our mobile app, or the internet. In other words,
if you can't hear us,
you're the problem. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
If you're going to win,
you'll need to slave over stats, scores, lineups, averages, injury reports, game history, even the stupid weather to get a set of odds. Yeah.
Forget that.
Listen to us. The home of the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Geno Smith looking like Lamar Jackson in the pocket. And you know what's crazy, too? There was a flag on the play. Really nice play from Geno Smith. Like, he didn't get the first down, but he nearly got sacked like 3 times. The Lions, and this is one of the reasons, there was a concern coming into this game. I have the Lions on the money line, but I teased the Seahawks. I'm sort of trying to middle the game. But the physicality factor of the Detroit Lions, they're trying to play bully ball. This is what their new thing is. And they are so far. Like, the Lions have drafted heavily. Their foundation of their team is their O-line and their D-line. And they just blow stuff up. But there was a defensive holding penalty that gives the Seattle Seahawks an automatic first down. So they're on the Detroit side of the 50-yard line right now. We jumped in on Geno Smith over 294.5 passing yards, and we took the in-game over 49.5 as well. Joe Madden with us for a couple of more moments. Joe, the hockey season set to begin on Friday. And, of course, we got the Major League Baseball playoffs tomorrow. So before we get you out of here, do you have any baseball opinions or baseball picks for tomorrow? And what about the NHL? Have you bet any NHL futures?
I haven't done any NHL futures. I'm going to be diving into that this weekend so that I can really know going into it, Gabe, where I'm going to sit with those. I don't like to bet a lot of them, but I definitely will be looking at some win totals and some player awards as well. For tomorrow, the Detroit Tigers versus the Houston Astros. We got Screwball versus Valdez, and I do think the Houston Astros in this one are the right side. The problem is they're minus 148 on the money line in that matchup. This is going to be one where we've got a low low total already of 6.5. I'm going to look at the first 5 innings. I do think we're going to see a lower scoring game in the first 5. I'm just going to pull up that number and see if I can get you that quickly in the first 5 innings, but I will be taking it to the under. I just can't remember off the top of my head what it's at. It's at 3.5 minus 140 to the under 3.5. I'd take a 3. If you can get a 3, I don't think we get runs in the first 5 innings. So I'm there with that one. I'm going to roll with the Baltimore Orioles laying the 1.5 over the Kansas City Royals. I trust in Corbin Burns to come out and really limit the Kansas City Royals, and I do think they can win that, laying another 4-2 style game. So the under 6.5 in that one as well, Gabe.
Under 6.5. I'm even seeing a 7 here. It's going to be different numbers at different spots. So Kansas City and Baltimore. So yeah, we got 4 baseball games tomorrow, and you got to believe there's 2 teams that you can sort of argue, are they in a bad spot or are they in a good spot that they're, all right, there's a big play, and there's a touchdown. DK Metcalf with the touchdown. Once again, I don't know, it seems like everything's reviewable to me, and these refs screw everything up. He might have been down, like at the 1. And I just say that right now for touchdown score props. You know, it's sort of debate. Let me see. He goes in. It's debatable. He flies through the air. I'm not sure he's in.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he is to me either, Gabe.
Man, I have a good eye. I saw it live, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure actually that's a touchdown, to be honest. They're giving it to him. I don't know. Like, to me, this is one of those deals where I don't see enough to not give it to him.
Yeah.
His ass hits the ground, the ball's sort of going over the line, and they don't give it to him. Wow. That's what I'm talking about. Like, it's a cold-ass world. But I've actually got Kenneth Walker to score a touchdown.
Okay.
And so now this sets up nicely for a Kenneth Walker touchdown, anytime touchdown score for Kenneth Walker. He gets stopped on 1st and goal here right now. I said this earlier to you guys. You get excited about these touchdowns and stuff, and they call it a touchdown on the field, and you're like, yeah, you know what? His knee was down. You're not so sure it's actually a touchdown after the fact, and that was the case right there. So it's 2nd and goal coming up here. Now you got a flag on the play as well. So this is where this chaos starts. If you're Seattle, you go from getting a touchdown, you're on the goal line. Next thing you know, you get a penalty against you. We saw that last. Next thing you know, you're on the 12-yard line. But the penalty is on Detroit. So Seattle is going to have a bunch of cracks to crack this thing in here, and we're going to be off and running in this football game right now. Joe, it's always a pleasure. We'll see you on the grid.
Yeah, I'll see you on the grid. Thanks, Gabe.
There's Joe Madden with us. Cam Stewart will rejoin us. Seahawks about to punch this thing in. Kenneth Walker with the touchdown. Touchdown, Seahawks.
It's easy to get SportsGrid almost anywhere with our mobile app. So give us a break. We're not going to tap your screen for you. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Pharrell, Coast to Coast.
Oh my God, I get up in the morning to do a game day. Who needs to go to practice? Go read the 50,000 articles on every game that they write about the Canadians. There's nothing like it I've ever been around and experienced. 4 Olympics, anything, I've done it all. But Montreal for hockey is better than Saks.
It's Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge, the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Researchers at the University of Waterloo have created a new smart fabric when made into clothing can convert body heat and solar energy into electricity. Super durable with self-powered embedded sensors that monitor air temperature, automatically keeping you warm. Even Wilder monitors your vital signs, including respiration and body temperature. It even detects hazardous pathogens in the air you breathe. There's just one thing you probably don't want to do wearing your electrically charged pants. Shower in them! Follow me at G Capalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With 2 former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Right before your very eyes. The boys of summer are about to become the champions of fall.
MLB playoffs are coming.
And SportsGrid will bring you all the angles, strategies, and info.
It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
Oh, the Miami Dolphins are lucky they just didn't turn it over. They just snapped the ball. Huntley wasn't ready for it. McDaniel shakes his head in frustration. Good job, Coach. Great coaching. That's like the most reaction he's ever shown. McDaniel nods his head like, oh, I can't believe it.
It's that guy, all right? Just look at the chart and look stunned. That's what McDaniel does. Like, he's just one of those guys. I don't know, he got to be this smart guy routine, but he stinks.
This will be a really bad loss for the Dolphins. You know, Tua's been out for a couple of weeks. You can't just have the excuse that, oh, our quarterback is out. You're inept, right? And then, listen, it's only a 6-3 football game here, but the performance against the Seattle Seahawks was pathetic. The performance tonight, once again, you're on your home field. The Titans are an average football team. You know, I mean, yeah, they've got talent. And one thing, and I said this, I bet against the Titans tonight, believing that Will Levis was going to be the quarterback. So if you're on Tennessee, you're getting a nice little bonus here, Cam, to Mason Rudolph. Because Mason Rudolph is 100 million times better than Will Levis is.
Yep.
So that's something, you know, sports betting, you can't always guarantee. You can't predict stuff like this. That's why I always tell people there's no locks. Every lock has a key. Everything is a lock until it isn't. Not that this was ever a lock, but injuries happen. Craziness happens. And all you guys need to know today, look at the baseball game today, which was freaking nuts. The Atlanta Braves were plus 1,100 at one point, and they came back and took the lead. The Mets were plus 1,300 at one point. Like, you literally could, like, it was just the insanity roller coaster swings of that game today where, you don't know what's going to happen. You see it every week in the National Football League, the unpredictability factor of the NFL. So we've got our eye on this right now in the last couple of seconds, just because I'm sacrificing for everybody here by watching the Titans and the Dolphins. There's 16 seconds left in the half. Tennessee might be able to get another field goal out of this because there's Mason Rudolph with a nice pass over the middle of the field that Will Levis would not have completed. That was like a 25, 30-yard bullet right over the middle of the field. Suddenly they're in field goal range. And they get the clock stopped with 1 second left. They had no timeouts left. This is the big difference, Cam. When you have a veteran quarterback and a capable quarterback, he's able to make that pass, get up to the line of scrimmage, spike the ball, all with 1 second left. And this is a lot like Carolina when Andy Dalton came in. Suddenly everybody runs harder, bro, because they know. If you're running around, you're a Carolina Panther wide receiver, and Bryce Young's the quarterback, you're losing 35-0. You're getting smoked every play. You know, you're getting jammed up, you're getting hit. And you know there's not a hope in hell the QB is going to be able to get the ball to you. Eventually, you're going to start to tap out and just run soft-ass routes and start talking like a friend to the other DB. And, yeah, what's up? Well, where do you live? Yeah, okay. And, like, they just start to, like, drift off in the game. Now, suddenly, you can just see everybody's engaged. And the Tennessee Titans take a 9-3 lead into the half with some enthusiasm because of Mason Rudolph right now, point blank.
I like it.
Rudolph.
I like Rudolph. I think he's fine.
Rudolph has been the difference. I'm not a fan of Rudolph tonight because I'm on Miami. I don't want Rudolph. I want Rudolph on the bench.
I'm a Rudolph supporter. I like him out there. Hopkins looks happy. Everyone looks happy. You said it. Look at Deontay Johnson of Carolina. Guy couldn't even get a touch. Couldn't get anything with Bryce Young. All of a sudden, the guy's an absolute machine. Adam Thielen said the same thing with the game. He was encouraged, finally getting balls. This is the thing with Tennessee. Will Levis is a guy, hey, you got to give all the young guys a chance. I know you talked about it at the start, but Mason Rudolph gives you a better chance to win a football game right now. He is a better quarterback. He is an experienced quarterback, and the Tennessee Titans defense has played great all year. With him as the quarterback instead of Levis, they probably win 2 games. They were better than the Jets, and they gave that game away to the Bears. That's all I'm saying. That's fact.
Well, a big difference, too, and I was saying it earlier, a big difference between, you look at Carolina. If you're Carolina, I get it. You're almost saving Bryce Young. I would put Bryce Young back in a couple of weeks, like to see, okay, let's give him the last, you know what I mean? Once the Panthers start losing again with Dalton, which they will, like we just saw, you give Young another shot just to see what you're going to do moving forward. But like Carolina aren't close to winning. It's not like Carolina, oh, you know what, if we only had a quarterback, we're going to win a division. No, you guys, you're rebuilding. But if you're Tennessee, Cam, it is different. Like, they actually do spend money, Tennessee. They're paying DeAndre Hopkins a ton of money. They just gave Pollard a ton of money to come from the Cowboys, right? They paid Calvin Ridley a ton of money. They spend money on defense. Like, the Tennessee Titans, in their minds, are not a rebuilding team, right? They just had a quarterback issue. Now, truth be told, and this is why patience should be a virtue sometimes with these teams, I don't know, Malik Willis looks pretty good right now with the Green Bay Packers. You had Malik Willis. He's better than Will Levis is. And you threw him under the bus. But if you're the Tennessee Titans, you look at this division that you're in, you've got the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are a train wreck and terrible, and Peterson's about to get fired. You got the Indianapolis Colts. Very similar situation to Tennessee, where they're actually better when Joe Flacco's the quarterback. But you can't just count on a 44-year-old dude that's a stopgap. Like, you got to build a quarterback for the future at some point. But they're actually better when Flacco is out there. But if you're the Titans, here's Jared Goff. All right, we're getting some points here, guys. The Lions, so we got the touchdown before the last break, and it has not taken long for the Detroit Lions to march right back down the field right now. They're literally on the 1-yard line. This has been a super fast response by the Lions tonight. And it's pretty clear, Cam. Like I said, man, the Seahawks didn't play any tough quarterbacks and any dynamic passing attack yet this year. They're having a problem with it, but you can really see the big difference without Williams, their defensive line. They're getting massacred. Like, they're getting pushed off the ball. There's wide, big holes everywhere. Goff's got a ton of time, Cam. They're really getting beat up in the trenches, quite frankly, on both sides of the ball, too. The Lions' O-line is blasting, and the Lions' D-line is getting to Geno Smith.
Gabe, you've seen the Lions' line. Glasnow, Ragnow. These guys are some of the best in the league. They should be doing
Ragnow's
their
out
job
tonight, too.
I know, and Ragnow's out. Good call by you. But I'm just saying, when you look at like they have a great offensive line, total, like one of the best in the league, and kind of weird that they weren't doing as well. Kind of like the Buffalo Bills last night. You're thinking a situation going, the Bills are a very good team. Obviously, Seattle's not even in Buffalo's realm, but I'm just saying 3-0 team, Detroit underachieving, kind of a spot for Detroit to say, you know what, let's flex our muscle and beat the Seahawks down, especially when they're beat up. It's just, you can kind of expect this thing. Now you're getting a better number with Seattle. As I said before, you're getting 11.5. Like 7.5 is good, but you'll get a bigger number when they score. And the NFL's tough, man. You're an undefeated team, and you're going into a bad building with a team that's been underachieving. Very tough for Seattle tonight.
So it's 20-7 extra point pending. We keep clicking the in-game overs here. And we got the pregame over. So now I'm up to, I got the over 40. I got a 46. I've got a 49.5. And I've got a 53.5 right now for this game. But we also jumped in on Geno Smith over 294.5 passing yards. The new total right now is 55.5 in this game. It's 11.5, 55.5. The Detroit Lions are minus 700. It's 21-7. We've still got about 5 minutes to go here in the first half, so I would expect there to be more points in this game. We're up to 28 right now. As far as the prop check is concerned, Geno Smith has 119 passing yards. His current, let me check his current updated number. So I got 294.5. See if I got a good number. It's 317.5 right now. Jared Goff is down to 192.5. Jared Goff is at 83 passing yards right now. Goff is 11 of 11 passing for 83 yards. Just the way they like it. Very balanced. They ran the ball 15 times as well. Lions are rolling right now, 21-7. Everything's working for them.
Boys of summer become the champions of fall. The World Series is on its way. And SportsGrid brings you every angle. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The early line.
There's no way the Jacksonville win this football game, but there is a chance that he can get 50-plus yards and then lose this game and lose it by margin. Travis Etienne is the key for me tonight. If you want to take Jacksonville, he has to perform tonight, and he should be the bell cow, which means 15-plus carries, which means he should be in the 50s, win or lose tonight for me, for the Jags.
It's the early line with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. That's 800-797-1292.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
There's something you should know and always remember.
SportsGrid does not increase luck.
We're your unfair advantage for the latest sports gaming information. If you're looking for luck,
go find a horseshoe.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Seattle looking to keep pace right now with the Detroit Lions. This Lion offense that people have been sort of waiting to explode has finally opened up tonight. 21 points so far, under 5 minutes remaining in the first half of play. We have a doubleheader Monday Night Football. We had a doubleheader of baseball earlier in the day. And speaking of baseball, Pete Rose has passed away. Quite a day today. First, it was Dikembe Mutombo and the news of Mutombo passing. And Mutombo, just an all-around class act. Humanitarian, philanthropist. It's crazy when people die, everyone goes, oh, he was a great guy and you're going to get this stuff. And, a lot of it is just sort of lip service and it's all par for the course. But Mutombo really was really beloved by everybody. Like you see today on Twitter, like just every NBA player, current, former, like people, oh, I met him. He did this for me, man. He did this and that. Like I said, like he did so much for his country, did so much for Africa and donating money and starting programs and paying for like operations for people. Like just a great man, Dikembe Mutombo, may he rest in peace. And then you get
today, Gabe, he broke down in his press conference. I've never seen a man like him and Mutombo were real tight. He was crying, like bawling, like I've never seen, like he was literally like one of his children have passed away. It was unreal. Like you saw that press conference. Him and Mutombo were pretty tight.
Yeah, Mutombo had a lasting impact on a lot of people. A lot of people are in basketball because of him. And like I said, just, that's how people judge your life. It doesn't really, when it's all said and done, you can win a bunch of titles and you can win this and that. But if you're a big jerk, no one really care when you die. It'd be like, well, he won this many, this and that. But the real impact that you have is just sort of, all right, how many people are going to miss you? What kind of an impact did you have on people? And Mutombo had a massive impact on all the younger players he played with. There were his teammates to, like you said, Ujiri, to so many people in Africa and African basketball, and just from a humanitarian standpoint as well. And then you get into to Pete Rose. So Pete Rose passed away just tonight. And unfortunately, one of my favorites too, Fernando Valenzuela, who is the one of the Spanish analysts for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And obviously, Fernando Mania, one of my favorite Dodgers of all time, he's not well right now. And in fact, he just stepped down. He said, I can't do the playoffs. And I don't think he's coming back. So, our prayers for Fernando right now. But so the complicated legacy of Pete Rose, I'll tell you right now, as a betting man as Pete Rose was, there'll be a Netflix special coming. And there'll be more than one. But a very, like I said, a complicated man, a complicated legacy in Pete Rose. His one desire, of course, was always to be into the Hall of Fame before he died. He told people, I don't really have that much longer. He passed away at 83, 1941 to 2024. So he never gets into the Hall of Fame, which, you can argue from a baseball, put it this way, people, from a baseball perspective, I think he should have been in. I think there should have been, not an asterisk, but basically in the hall, you put his plaque up, and then underneath the plaque, underneath the bust, you basically say he was banned for this many years. He's never allowed in a dugout again. He bet on baseball, which is a cardinal sin, but he was one of the greatest players ever. Right? You just sort of put it in. Say, that's what you do with the steroid guys too.
Good call, Gabe.
It's like you just put bonds in, and you put them in, and you just put a thing underneath in the hall, though. So people read it when they're there, and it says Bond was off in, Thing with Bonds, though, he never actually failed a test. It's crazy as it sounds. Yeah. So it's kind of, you can't really say to Bonds.
But Gabe, his body was different.
I know, but the thing is, it's kind of unfair. He never failed a test.
You're right.
But the thing is, I don't think he ever took a test. That's another thing. I was in Major League Baseball clubhouses during the steroid era, and I saw the way that it worked. And even the Expos, basically out of the Expos, out of 25 of them, I think about 15 of them were on steroids, 12 to 15 of them, admittedly. Guys would talk to me about them and stuff. I had one guy, one pitcher got really mad. I ripped a pitcher once. I said, man, what a shock that this guy screwed up the lead again. And the next day, Cam, I was in the tunnel there in the press box, down. I was in the tunnel, and this guy goes, "Hey, Gabriel, hey!" And I turn around, and this guy's frothing at the mouth. He comes over, and he goes, "Hey, I was driving home last night, listening to your post-game show." He goes, "You said, oh, you're really shocked, huh, that I blew another lead, huh?" And he goes, "Your callers are giving me pretty good as well." And he kicked a garbage can in front of me. And I was like, man, this guy's about to punch me. I'm not going to say his name. I was like, this guy's about to punch me. And then he goes, I'm sorry. He goes, you know what? These roids, man, really get to me sometimes, Dave. I get real mad.
I got rage.
No, he admitted it.
That's amazing.
He goes, I'm sorry, because he saw, I sort of went, whoa, when he kicked the garbage can. It was a metal can, too, bang. And I was sort of whoa, like this. That's and he said, oh, no, I'm sorry. He goes, man, these effing roids, Gabe, they really get to you sometimes, man. I was like, okay, bro, it's all good, man. And he goes, you know what? He goes, you guys were right. I did pitch like ass last night. He goes, I pitched like crap last night. He walked away.
I think you gave the most excellent, qualified answer about this stuff. You can't you give people achievements for what they did in their sport. It's not a contest about being a bad human being or being what, but you have to mention things that happened to them. I think you handled it 100% perfectly. You put them in. Here's the statistics, but bet on baseball, did this, did that. I think that's very important for people to go in there and the next generations to at least read and understand what happened. But I think they should be in for their achievements on their field, not or rank whatever, anything you do, court, but not who you are as a human being. But things have to be mentioned, especially in the case of Pete Rose. I think you handled that very well.
The thing with Pete, too, is, and it's not the time now, let's let him rest in peace.
Agreed.
But betting on baseball was like the least of like the issues, to be honest. And it's one of the reasons why they know. They're like, if we do this, everyone's going to, look under the hood and realize that we just sort of look the other way.
Giving you sports gaming strategies so powerful you can practically reserve a family vacation on it.
Feels good to be a winner, doesn't it?
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1927, Babe Ruth smashes the 60th home run of the season, a record that held for 34 years.
Look at it go, Wade Good. Look at it go.
The Bambino went on to hit a career 714 home runs. And in 1939, the first televised college football game as Fordham beats Waynesburg 34-7. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Pharrell Coast to Coast.
Oh my God, I can't even do the show. The Mets are suddenly as loose as a goose. Their dugout's lit. They cannot leave ducks on the pond. I think they're a dangerous team. They can hit. They're defensive. All these wild cards have potential to cause damage in the playoffs. I don't think the Mets are a walkover for anybody.
It's Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Farrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge, the SportsGrid Radio Network.
When the weather cools off,
Major League Baseball playoffs heat up.
Sit tight.
The World Series is coming. Keep it here for every bit of the action with strategies and information
To give you the winning edge.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Seattle had the football at midfield, but there's a penalty holding on the Seattle Seahawks, so they're going backwards here. We're under 2 minutes right now. It left in the first half. It's 21-7 for the Detroit Lions. It would be massive for the Seahawks to obviously get a touchdown here and get back in this thing, 21-14. They're getting pushed around quite a bit. Like, this isn't going their way. Now they're set up 2nd and 18, although we could potentially have a long field goal here. We'll see what happens and what they can do, but Gino really does not have a lot of time. And I talked about this off the top of the program, if you were with us, when I said that the Seahawks, Geno Smith is the 7th most rushed quarterback in the National Football League. Right? Like, yeah, the Seahawks are 3-0 and stuff, but it hasn't been perfect. Their O-line play is probably one of their sort of softer parts of their team. It's not great. It's okay. They're having, they can't really run the ball. And they're having a hard time getting the ground game fully going. And they're having a hard time pass protecting tonight. But a lot of it is, I'm not really throwing Seattle on the bus here, but Detroit's D-line is freaking good.
They're
right?
amazing.
So Detroit, they're just very physical, and they cause havoc on your line. I didn't like that play call on 3rd and long. Seattle's offense is now all rattled here.
Know what their weakness is too, Gabe?
Too hard to pass to complete that they just tried.
Gino's doing a great job this year, and people throw him under the bus. They don't understand how good he is because he's always under pressure. We watch Seahawks games. He's actually a very good quarterback, and you give him time, he'll throw a perfect ball. The Seattle Seahawks, too, what's been their weakness for years, they have a horrible linebacking core, Gabe. Like, I look at their linebackers, and they're, like, at the
bottom. A lot of teams do.
Yeah.
Not many teams have good linebackers anymore.
Yeah.
You know, so seriously, on the 4th and 10 here, though, if you're Seattle, there's still a minute left. Like, you're giving Detroit a lot of time to still do something with the football here. It was 4th and 10, Cam. All you really needed was like another 7-8 yards for a field goal attempt, right? You were it was too long for a field goal where it was, but why do you throw it like 18 yards when you need 10? And especially when it's like, all right, listen, we might be able to kick a field goal here still too, make it 21-10. No momentum at all, bro. They just sort of tapped out on that drive through. Gino's getting frustrated, just throwing it up there because he's running for his life on every play. And now Detroit get the ball back with a full minute left. And don't think they're not going to try to get something on the way out here because they are.
I agree. They left too much time on the clock. The way the Detroit Lions offense is rolling tonight, they'll put another 3 on the board. This game's starting to get away from Seattle a little bit, Gabe, but they do have the ability to score some points. But Detroit they're crisp tonight. They haven't been crisp all year, but this was a spot, especially taking advantage of a team that has major injuries on the defensive side of the ball. Their D-line's absolutely ravaged, and Detroit can expose them.
So we've got about a minute left here. Detroit do have to go the length of the field, but they'll be happy with the field goal to make it 24-7 in this game. And Detroit did get the ball first as well. So Seattle will be getting the ball to start the second half. Speaking of second halves, the second half has started in South Beach in Miami, and the Miami Dolphin defense comes up with a big-time stop to start here. They've got the Tennessee Titans punting from their own end zone, and if you're Miami, you've got to take advantage of these type of situations. You're not going to get great field position. Like, your offense isn't going to be able to go 80, 90 yards, so you got to make a play for them. And they just get a big punt return. When it came close to really being a big-time return. Like a touchdown, Cam, but he got tripped up. Braxton Berrios nearly popped it, but nice return. Berrios just returned us about 40 yards or so.
He's a Miami Hurricane too, Gabe. Miami and Miami.
Yeah. He's got a hot girlfriend. His girlfriend's like a smoking hot. Like, yeah, he's dating like some supermodel. That's true.
I didn't see that coming. Well, he does play in the NFL. He lives in Miami.
I'm just saying.
He's doing pretty well.
No, a lot of guys playing in the NFL don't have
fair enough.
No, but he's a pretty boy in real life. Like he takes
he takes care of himself.
He wears he takes pictures with his girl, like fashion, he's into fashion and stuff like that. So good football player though. For what he does. He's not great, a special teams type of dude. But nice return. He just helped me here. I'm on the Miami Dolphins. So as we stated, if you're the Miami Dolphins, your offense isn't built, obviously, right now to come back and to your offense isn't built to move the ball 80, 90 yards down the field. So they actually set up shop here. They got pretty good field position, Cam. They're on the Tennessee 45-yard line. Tennessee are still favored by 3.5 points right now.
They are.
I think Miami is an underdog or a live play here. I think they're going to score a touchdown here and take a 10-9 lead. And then that 3.5 will look pretty good.
I got a good line where I am. I'm staying put. You don't lay 3.5 with that.
You don't want to lay 4 points for the Titans.
Stay tuned for all the latest odds, strategies, and info. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more.
Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Lehigh University scientists have discovered that Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise, in addition to being a delicious sandwich topping, may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of nuclear fusion. Fusion on Earth means superheating hydrogen isotopes to millions of degrees centigrade, hotter than the core of the sun, which turns it into plasma, a soup of positive nuclei and free electrons. Hydraulically whipping a giant vat of Hellmann's mayonnaise turns it into a material that simulates exactly the physical and elastic properties of hot plasma at low temperatures without any of the bad side effects. And later makes for a delicious lunch. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day,
7 days a week.
Everything you need to get the winning edge.
Right here.
All the time.
No wonder the wife says you never listen to her.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Man, I always feel old when I look at Troy Aikman. Just because I always, you know, I remember Troy Aikman as a young blonde kid, looking, you know what I mean, looking all young and surfer-like at UCLA, and here he is with gray hair, looking older and stuff, and I'm like, damn, time has really gone by. See, Seattle did a good job of getting Detroit off the field and trying. You know, you figure, okay, they don't have any timeouts. Can they get some good field position here? They're probably about 15 yards away from a potential field goal in the modern NFL, although not every kicker can drill a 60, 65-yarder, but they have a puncher's chance. Although, like I said, on the last drive, they were 4th and 10. I didn't like the play call going deep to Metcalf. I thought they could have picked up enough yards to do a chip shot, get the field goal, make it 21-10. They get the ball to start the second. Cam Stewart will rejoin us. It's 21-7 right now for Detroit. Late in the first half. George Kurtz was with us for the end of the Buffalo game last night, and it's deja vu all over again, Kurtz, because I'm on the over here, bro, and we're off and running. This better not stall, George, because I've even bet the in-game over again.
Maybe I have to, I see your bets on X, and maybe I have to look at them and go, okay, he's on the over. I'll take the under tonight. But no, I took the over as well. I think Seattle's moving the ball once again well between the 30s, but they go for all these short passes. I think Detroit's allowing them to have those short passes. Let's stop the big ones here, because sooner or later you're going to make a mistake. You're going to drop a pass, there'll be a penalty, and then you'll be in second long, third long, whatever it might be, and you're going to get nothing out of it. So maybe they'll change things up in the second half, but I think they got to throw the ball deeper into the secondary.
Detroit, all right, it's a dead ball here, a little bit of craziness. I give credit to Detroit. Look at the defense that they're running here. They know Seattle want to just get a field goal, and they're dropping back into a mini sort of Hail Mary. Like they only got like 3 guys at the line. Everybody else has dropped back into that sort of intermediate area that they know this is where they want to get it to for a field goal. You don't have any timeouts, so you got to play the sidelines here. I mean, I expect this to end at 21-7, Kurtz, but as somebody with the over, I'm just sort of hoping. Like any points I can get here, Kurtz. Because this is turning into one of these deals where Seattle, I could just see Seattle stalling all night now.
You already said it. This is 23 hours ago. You and I were hoping the same thing. We got nothing. I don't know what this is.
We needed 1 point. We needed one point in the fourth quarter.
I don't know what the point of that is. You don't have Aubrey on your team. You're not going to hit a 65-yarder. Whatever. That is what it is there.
That makes no sense to me. Geno Smith just scrambled
like 10, 12 yards, but he needs a 65-yard field goal now. You don't have that kicker on your team.
Maybe they think they do.
Well, they're running a regular play here. I guess you run a very quick 5-7 yard out here, or you're doing a Hail Mary, one of the two.
So right now, it'd be like a 66-yarder, so it would be too long now. No, Geno is good.
5.
Geno is really good at the quick hits. Like I said, this is their thing. That's his, like, Dude, Geno could do that blindfolded, that little quick hit out of bounds to Metcalf. They pick up another yard. So, George, they just turn this into about a 60-yarder. It's about a 59, 61-yarder.
62. They're calling it a 62-yarder. All right.
Well, I have the long field goal prop, of course. So, of course, I'm going to want this to hit right now. I don't know. All right, so 62-yarder indoors. This stadium actually is a great kicker stadium. Tucker broke the record here, the 66. He broke it here, and the Bates dude, and the kick is not good, and it's CFL style. They're actually returning it, but he doesn't return it all the way. That's a little CFL football, George. That happens all the time in the CFL. They return the missed kick.
Yeah, that wasn't even close. I think they got a face mask here too at the end. The Lions aren't. The Lions, I think, do you get one play on a if the half ends on a?
Yeah, it can't end on a penalty.
Team?
It can't end on a penalty.
Play. I mean, they're not close for a field goal. They would be a 90-yarder, but and I doubt Goff can even reach the end zone. But maybe you do a little. You go underneath, see what happens here. See if Amon St. Brown gets some free yards.
I think they'll be at their 35 after the penalty. I think they're around the 20. Let's see how they get a little further.
They called it a half. The Lions declined it. They didn't care. They didn't want to try.
Campbell doesn't want to get a pick six or a block something or whatever.
It's like anybody hurt to him would be pretty much a California Stanford band play. But
bunch of wusses. Bunch of wusses. 21-7 right now going into the half. The total is 49.5. And it's 13.5 the point spread. The Miami Dolphins, George, kicked the field goal. So it's 9-6 in this football game. And this game is excruciatingly painful for me as well. I did a parlay. I took the Braves in game 1 today, Kurtz, and what a roller coaster. So I ended up losing. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to take them in game 2. I did wait. I got them at 320 instead of the 550 once they saw that Sale wasn't going to be pitching. But I said, I was frustrated. I was like, screw it. I'm putting a parlay and a bigger one too. Like I was putting bigger money. I said, I'm going to play Miami tonight. I'm going to play Detroit to win tonight. So let me just play a money line parlay. Detroit Lions, Atlanta Braves in game 2, and the Miami Dolphins. And now I got to sweat out this Miami Dolphin game, George. And I'm not happy that Will Levis isn't playing right now and Mason Rudolph is in. I bet against Will Levis. I didn't bet against Mason Rudolph.
I don't know if you have much to worry about here. I mean, as far as which quarterback, the question is, can Miami score? This team without Tua, and nobody really thinks Tua's all that great, but this team without Tua, I thought McDaniel was some offensive wizard, by the way. He can't do it with anybody else.
He's clearly not.
I mean, this is pathetic. It's poor. It's what was the Monday night game we watched in the 90s? The Cardinals and Giants, where the final score was 12-9. This might be that too.
Oh yeah, we're still waiting for the first touchdown score of this game. Actually, it's a good point. 9-6 right now. But yeah, imagine that no touchdown score we're gonna hit in this game. That's like 50-1. But it is true, guys. If you look at Matt LaFleur and the Green Bay Packers. And they have similar talent, the Packers and the Dolphins. Like the Dolphins are a loaded team. The problem is the Dolphins are loaded with
speed.
Yeah, but they're also loaded. That's pass interference. This is a stupid play. No, but the Dolphins don't have good chemistry. Like they're loaded. Like Jalen Ramsey's already won. Like he's not a hungry. The Dolphins don't have hungry players. They have a bunch of rich players. Right, like Tyreek Hill's already won Super Bowls before. He's got $150 million now or whatever, right? He doesn't care. Like the desires, you know what I mean? The passion's not there anymore. They're not a hungry football team. Jalen Ramsey, same thing. Ramsey's been in the league forever. He's won a Super Bowl, made a bunch of money. He's not the same player anymore. Like they don't have any leadership, George. They're just sort of a bunch of rich dudes on the team thrown together.
I just find it strange that Tua's out. And by the way, how do you not have a good backup for Tua? I mean, he had this concussion problem going into the season. How do you not have a really solid backup for him?
That's on them for thinking that Skylar Thompson's good. But that's my point. You look at Packers lose Jordan Love. They plug in Malik Willis, right? Sean McVay loses quarterbacks. He plugs in the new quarterback. San Francisco, good example. Minnesota with O'Connell. like their system can help you succeed. McDaniel's first so-called offensive wizard is pretty clear. He doesn't have some sort of system that any quarterback can come in and succeed in, right? And as you stated, people criticize Tua and don't even think Tua's a star. Well, it's, you know what I mean? It's without him, they can't score a touchdown, this team.
Oh, we may lose that no touchdown bet. Nope, he's vacuumed up inside the 5. So we finally might get a touchdown in this game eventually.
Let me do the play-by-play, George. You throw people off with your little like comments like that. So Pollard,
because I'm ahead.
Pollard, I know, but just don't say anything. Pollard just pops a big run up for into the 5-yard line zone. So Pollard could be the first touchdown scorer, who we actually have to be the first touchdown scorer. Telling you. Mason Rudolph in. Suddenly everyone's going to play harder. They just get a spark. It's just like the Panthers with Andy Dalton.
We're everywhere. You can get SportsGrid on the radio, TV, the internet. We've got your number, Sporto. That shirt doesn't match. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
In 1972, in his final game before his tragic plane crash, Pirates outfielder Roberto Clemente doubles off the Mets' John Madillac to become the 11th player to record 3,000 hits.
Bobby hits a drive into the gap in the left center field. There she is.
Clemente was elected to the Hall of Fame 6 months after his passing. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
It's a simple choice, Sporto.
Either listen to SportsGrid and get the winning edge, or don't. And get an earful from the wife, since she's the one that balances the checkbook.
Do the right thing.
Keep it right here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, we finally get the first touchdown score of the game. Unfortunately, it's not Pollard. Pollard did the work, popped the big one. Although we did take Pollard over 51.5 rushing yards. He's at 61 now. 16-6 for the Tennessee Titans. Spears with the touchdown. They just did a wildcat, and he scores on the touchdown. So it's 16-6 right now. And all McCarthy does is just stare down at his chart still. Like I said, I've never seen a coach not talk to the team. You know who he is? He's a cooler Adam Gase. That's who McDaniel is, right? Some sort of like, and I think Adam Gase is a smarter guy, actually, and has a better offense. Gase actually had a decent offense, but Adam Gase, I remember I had some Jets in the studio, at Studio 34 years ago in New York, and it was like they were drinking and stuff. It was like, they were doing a promo tour for the season type of deal. And so, and like I said, we were having a couple of drinks, so I could ask them. I just started asking them real questions, like off the air after. I said, so what's the deal with Adam Gase anyways? And they said, what do you mean, what's the deal? And I said, well, everyone, he gets ripped everywhere. And they said, oh, Gase is a nice guy. And one of them, they basically all said the same thing. It was a bunch of guys on defense, George. They said, oh, he's all right. And he goes, two of them said, I've never talked to him before. I said, what do you mean? I said, you've never talked to him before in 2 years? He goes, no. He goes, he doesn't. He goes, he talks to the team briefly before a game, but he goes, he's in his office all the time. And all the assistants do all the coaching, essentially. And they said he's a nut job. They all said the same thing. They said he's like a workaholic that sits in his office eating pizza, watching tape, and coming up with stuff like 18, 20 hours a day. He doesn't sleep. He stays at the stadium 24 hours, etc., like at the practice facility. But they said he wasn't a bad guy. But they also told me that, he doesn't talk to anyone, and there's like a little bit of there's a void. When you got these type of dudes, you need to be yelled at sometimes, George. You need people like, and I swear to God, McDaniel looks like a babysitter, bro. He looks like a babysitter that doesn't want to tell the kids to stop, like to go to bed or whatever. The Dolphins are undisciplined. There's bad penalties. Like you said, Tua's not here, and other guys, players on the team see this and also see the Packers winning with other quarterbacks. They see, other teams, right? They see the Panthers, and they see other teams like the sky doesn't fall just because the quarterback is out. And then they start to wonder about the actual system. And you got to wonder, bro, like if they're going to start to quit on McDaniel soon. Like he's just not a very good coach. Let's just call it out for what it is. He might look cool. People might, the media might think he's cool. There's no substance here, George, at all. Look at this. Like there's nothing here.
Well, as you said, when other teams are surviving without their quarterback, and it's not just that the Dolphins are losing. All right, you lose, but your offense has disappeared. It was awful last week. I think it's worse now, right? At least last week, you were in Seattle, a better team here. This is Tennessee, which have had all sorts of problems here, and now they're up by 2 scores. It's not a good look here. It's not. Like I said, I'm a big believer. Listen, most teams, you lose your starting quarterback, you're screwed. All right. There are good backups out there, but there's not 64 good quarterbacks. So a lot of teams aren't going to have that second guy. But how do you not have a plan B if and when Tua gets hurt? 17-game season. You and I have talked about how important a second quarterback's going to be on a regular team. Tua is not regular. All right. He had concussion problems. You had to think that pretty good chance he might get another one at some point during the season. How do you not?
That's a good point.
And by the way, if you're telling me that you thought Skylar Thompson was going to be, he's a good backup, that's another indictment on McDaniel because he's not. You can make, did they release Mike White? And he sucked too, but he looked better than Thompson did. And Huntley, it's not fair. He just got in here. But, it's not good. This team to me is all about get the ball with Tyreek, let him run around and hit big plays here. Let him run a post pattern, a fly pattern, and hit him if we can in stride here. It's not an offense. It's really it's a flag football team. You go, hey, you run fast. I'll throw the ball to you deep. That's really what this is.
And they nearly just hit it, actually. Huntley just overthrew it a little bit, right? Nearly a touchdown. It would have been boom. They would have been right back in it. Tyreek Hill got open. Huntley overthrew him. Even Tyreek couldn't catch up to it. He had like multiple steps, too, on the DB. Huntley, wow. A tough throw to Huntley, perfectly to throw that deep down the field, but it was there for them. They had, to me, George, it was the last possession when they got the nice punt return from Barrios, and they only kicked the field goal. Instead of taking a 10-9 lead, they only get the field goal, then boom, you get the big run from Pollard, and here we are right now, 16-6. So this total, I was wondering where the point's going to come from. It's locked right now at 34.5, but let me ask you, George, about the Seahawks and Lions. What do you think of the second half here? Detroit Lions are minus 13.5. The in-game total is 51.5, so we're still on pace. We're up to 28 right now. I do believe Seattle get the ball to start the second half as well. What are your thoughts on the second half? Any second half plays? And let's take a look at some of the player props here. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I'm going to double down on the over as well here. I think they're going to get it. We only need, 23 points. Seattle's going to keep throwing the ball. So I'm probably going to like your Geno Smith passing props there. You like to go in-game. They can't run the ball that much. They're down by 2 scores. Unless they score a touchdown here, then they could probably play a regular game. I don't see Detroit stopping scoring either. I said it last night. Seattle's without 4 defensive starters. There are gaps for Montgomery and Gibbs to run through all day, all night here. And so I like more points. I like over for Geno Smith passing yardage here. I probably would think about taking Montgomery. I think they're going to use him to wear down the Seattle defense as well here. I want to take Montgomery's rushing prop as well.
All right, so baseball, George. Detroit Tigers and the Houston Astros are first up tomorrow afternoon. Skubal wins the pitching Triple Crown, ERA, strikeouts, and wins. So spectacular performance. Oftentimes, these sort of red-hot wildcard teams can cause people problems. But, you're talking about a Houston Astro team that has more postseason experience than any team in baseball does. And you got Valdez, who basically has ice, not blood in his veins, Kurtz. What are your thoughts on the Tigers and Astros game?
I wish Skubal Valdez is going to be tough. Valdez will shut down Detroit. I think Houston's going to win tomorrow. It's an under. 2-1, 3-2, something like that. Then I think it's a sweep. For Detroit to have any chance, they have to win tomorrow. But I got Houston at 2. I think they take care of business.
It should be noted, too. All right, we'll wrap up with Kurtz on the other side. But it should be noted in this format, guys, all 3 potential games are at the home team of the wild card. So there's no traveling in the 2-1. So it's a big advantage for the home teams here. Or is it? All right, home field advantage isn't all that in baseball, but I'm just setting the table there.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts. With politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes, hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
Remember when your high school football coach would ride you hard, just waiting for you to screw up, and he'd tell you to take a lap?
Again?
And then you didn't play football. No, that's cool.
Get the winning edge.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, 16-6, Tennessee up on Miami. McDaniel sucks. This guy's a terrible coach. And it's funny because as George and I were talking about, everybody thinks Tua blows, and we see without him. All right, here's a 51-yard field goal attempt, and the kick is good for the Titans. So it's now 19-6. Miami are down 15 points with 36 seconds remaining in the third quarter of play. So the Seattle Seahawks and the Detroit Lions, the second half has started, and the in-game total is currently 48.5 right now. Seattle are getting 13. It's been deja vu all over again, and in fact, it's easy for me to say this now, Kurtz, but I just got to start betting first half overs, like baseball games where the bullpen blows it. A lot of these games. Seriously, there's been a lot of first half touchdowns in these primetime games, and then one team sucks. It turns into a blowout. You know what I mean? Only one team ends up scoring, and it ends up going under because of it. But Seattle have the football right now. And they can't. Let's see here. They get a first down, so they're moving the sticks here. They're at midfield right now. For total perspective, they need to score a touchdown to keep the wheels rolling. But George, something that I like, these baseball series is, you talked about liking something 2 games to none there. You can bet the exact outcome of these series and series correct score, and it's some pretty nice prices here actually. And so you talked about Houston to win 2 games to none is plus 180. Houston to win 2-1 is plus 110. Baltimore to win 2 games to none is plus 175. Baltimore to win 2-1 is plus 240. Remember we talked about it, I didn't like Baltimore last year against Texas, but I think Baltimore are going to mess KC up, George. I think Baltimore get it done. And this is the one that sort of catches my eye. I'm thinking Baltimore in a sweep at plus 175.
I agree with you. They've got everything all matched up. Yet they're hitting. That's what the whole problem during the summers. They didn't hit. The young players didn't hit. Now they are hitting again here. And as the Kansas City is a great story, and maybe Pasquantino comes back and plays, but I don't think he'll be at full strength. Just don't let Bobby Witt beat you. And I don't think they will. They're going to rely on, Bobby Witt, I think he's going to get a lot of free pass there, and he's not going to get much to hit here. I agree. Baltimore sweeps as well.
So tomorrow you talked about the Tigers. We talked about Tigers Astros. So Baltimore minus 155 in the game, guys, with Burns versus Reagans. What about the Mets and Braves? Are they automatic fades for you after playing a doubleheader today?
Well, the Braves are, right? They have nobody left. Sale's going to be out for the series with the back problem here. Who's pitching? They called up a AAA pitcher. Are they going to call up a AAA pitcher? I think Fried could go. But after that, Lopez pitched today as well. So Schwellenbach pitched today. Who's pitching game 2? Charlie Morton, he pitched Sunday. It's a mess. Yeah, I think the Padres take care of business. I think the Braves had their nice little party today. Congratulations, you got in, but it's all over but the crying.
San Diego are minus 150 favorites tomorrow night. Severino goes against Peralta tomorrow. Mets at Brewers. Minus 140 the Brew Crew. Win that.
I kind of think the Mets might win this series. It's just, this team is weird. They're not very good, but they find ways to win. They just played Milwaukee too, right? So that'll be a little strange here.
They do have a $305 million payroll. Like the people have a little old Mets. Texas, the highest payroll.
Yeah, that's because Scherzer and Verlander, what, $80 million?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Texas. I think the Mets might pull this out. And maybe I'm just discounting Milwaukee too much, and that's not fair. I just think the Mets might pull this out. Maybe I might take the Mets in 3.
Well, you know what it is too? To put in perspective, as George stated, the Braves really are up against it as far as arms are concerned right now. It's a quick turnaround. And if you're the Mets, it's a hell of a lot easier, George, to go from Atlanta to Milwaukee than it is for the Braves here to go to the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? It's a tough trip. And I heard them talking all day. I was watching. I'm sure you heard them too. I don't know if you remember they were talking about it, but the Braves, because the announcers go on the team plane, and they said, well, it's scheduled that we're leaving at 10:30 tonight in Atlanta. So they're leaving at 10:30 tonight. So in other words, coming up, they haven't even left yet. They're getting to San Diego overnight here, bro. They're going to be pulling into the hotel. Sometimes it's better, though, George, right? You see this, right? Against a team that hasn't played in a couple of days, but I don't think so. San Diego will have been smoking hot down the stretch here, too. I like San Diego tomorrow.
I like San Diego a lot tomorrow. I said Fried pitched on, I don't think I've heard who they're starting tomorrow, and Fried pitched on Friday, Saturday, so that means he probably goes game 2. I think tomorrow's a throwaway.
Who's the touchdown, George? Barner with the touchdown.
Yeah. Sure, he's on my fantasy team. Sure.
I feel like Gronkowski. You see, they trolled Gronk. He's like, I don't know who this guy is. I never heard of him.
Russo, right? The Cowboys.
Yeah, okay.
Fall is here.
It's getting cooler.
Football and the World Series are coming in.
Life is good. SportsGrid makes it better.
Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Carver and Lisi.
I just keep plodding along, compiling another 4 in 3 weeks, boosting me up to 19 and 13 on the year. Keep stacking those bricks.
So, what's my record right now?
16 and 16. You are 500.
So 3 games behind you. I told you I'm just acing myself. Right around week number 7 or 8 is where I kick it into gear. I'm going to club you.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and Joe Lisi. Weekdays 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Researchers at the University of Waterloo have created a new smart fabric when made into clothing can convert body heat and solar energy into electricity. Super durable with self-powered embedded sensors that monitor air temperature, automatically keeping you warm. Even wilder, monitors your vital signs, including respiration and body temperature. It even detects hazardous pathogens in the air you breathe. There's just one thing you probably don't want to do wearing your electrically charged pants. Shower in them! Follow me at G Capalbo on X and stay tuned to The Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
Looking for advantages is the mark of a true player. You've come to the right place.
We are that advantage.
Sports gaming strategies and information. We just call it the winning edge. Get it 7 days a week. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Scumbags! Let's rage! Sports Rage with Gabe Morency. Rage all you want.
$19-6 for the Titans, smoking the Miami Dolphins. Mason Rudolph coming in made all the difference. Will Levis turned the ball over the one time he touched it. Came out of the football game, and now 19-6, and Miami are screwed. Meanwhile, Seattle, the Seattle Seahawks, needed a touchdown. They needed to keep pace. The game was getting away from them, and they get the quick touchdown, so they make it 21-14. Barner, of all people, scores the touchdown. But now suddenly, just like that, Detroit are moving the football. So the over's looking good. The new in-game total is suddenly 56.5. We'll see if the Seattle Seahawks can come up with a stop. But Detroit, things have really opened up here. Seattle scored really quickly, and now suddenly Montgomery just popped a big one. And they're inside the red zone. They're going crazy at Ford Field right now. 9 minutes and counting. In-game total all the way up to 57.5. So we're at 35 right now, and it looks like Detroit could score a touchdown, get it up to 42. They just got stuffed on this play, and I'm just frustrated about the Miami. There's two games. It's getting hard for everything to go well, but I swear, I remember a couple of years ago, too, I bet on a game, and it was with Trey Lance. And Trey Lance was struggling early in his career with San Francisco, and I bet against San Francisco. I took Seattle, actually. It's 2 years ago. I took the Seattle Seahawks on the road. I was like, man, they're going to beat Trey Lance. Trey Lance is he's really struggling. And lo and behold, Seattle were winning the football game. Trey Lance got hurt in the game. They brought in Jimmy Garoppolo. The crowd went crazy. The Niner players all got excited because Jimmy was back, and they won the freaking football game with Jimmy Garoppolo. Seattle's defense just getting carved up right now. What a drive from Detroit. Detroit are knocking on the door, guys. They're on the 5-yard line. And this total, guys, is up to 59.5. Cam Stewart's Seahawks getting sliced up right now. And Cam, was a nice drive. They make it 21-14. But kind of like the baseball game today. It's like they took the lead with a home run, and then they give up a home run after. Very short-lived joy for Seattle after that touchdown. Look how quickly Detroit have moved the ball.
You said it. That Montgomery run was insane, too. The guy was going to fall down 5 times. He went nuts. And then nice setup here to Patrick. You're right. They're already inside the 10-yard line. They could do this in under a minute and a half. Seattle's defense is porous. Detroit's offense looks great, Gabe. And, what can you say? Your live over bets, maybe you can hit them all tonight if they keep on going. It looks like if Seattle can come back and get some points as well, we could have an absolute shootout. We got 7 minutes and change left in the third quarter. As for Tennessee, Gabe, they played a great game defensively. I still think they would have beat Miami with Will Levis, to be honest with you. I know he makes mistakes. Rudolph has been stabilizing. The Miami Dolphins just look awful. It doesn't matter with Huntley, Tristan Thompson. It doesn't matter who their quarterback is. This looks like a team that's absolutely lost, and their coach looks lost.
I can't argue that. Listen, I don't know. I think it would. You're right. The Tennessee could have won with Will Levis. It would have been closer, but I can't dispute it. Oh, yeah, we all had, who had Jared Goff to catch a touchdown for a prop.
Touchdown. Yeah, I'll take that at 50-1, please.
God.
Oh, my God, are you kidding me? That's
St. Brown. This is where, too, people that bet St. Brown touchdown are like, son of a bitch. So St. Brown just threw a touchdown. You don't get any credit for that. Jared Goff caught the touchdown. Like, imagine
so
you bet
good.
Goff touchdown props. You're like, I can't believe this. Yeah, Goff, nice play. Beautiful play. I can't believe that, man, every week the Lions, they had the hook and ladder.
I think of Goff trying to run, too. It's like he got such a big lead. He's like stumbling. Wow, that was an amazing play.
Goff had the lamest celebration, too, after he did this little, like, it was the whitest guy thing ever. He was like, hey, and he sort of like jumped a bit. He put his legs, and, hey, I scored. He whips the ball into the stands. You get fined for that. Look at him running. You're right, Cam.
Yeah, like
he looks like the most athletic guy ever. Look at him, his high step. He did like a little high step. Like, hey.
He's lucky that linebacker had no clue that play was coming because, man, he can't move.
God, he was slow, bro.
Oh,
like,
he's slow.
He's like moving in slow motion.
Oh.
I can't believe like that play worked. I can't believe in practice they'd be like, listen, we can't run this because, Jared, you're just too slow. It doesn't work. It takes you too long to get out there.
I know we played this game. I could beat Goff in a leg race. You know I can. Like, it's just
this is bad though. If you're Seattle, you just got trolled by Jared Goff. He just got open.
I know. Jared Goff got a touchdown. Our linebacker can't.
Jared Goff just beat your secondary, Cam.
Yeah. Hey, one positive though, Mauricio. Let's talk. Seattle found a tight end in Barner, your boy from Michigan. He's going to be absolutely amazing. This kid's going to get better all the time. He looks good, scoring a touchdown in Michigan against the Lions, and I like A.J. Barner a lot, Gabe. I picked him up in the 4th round out of your Michigan.
Yeah, he was
Wolverines.
fired up.
He's a good player.
After he scored, good call. He was fired up. I didn't think about that with the Detroit crowd. I saw him waving to the crowd and stuff like that. So he probably had some buddies there. So this game is opening up right now, and once again, Seattle have to punch back. This is kind of the first time that Seattle's faced adversity this year. They were down early against Denver. But even then, whatever. It was, you know what I mean? It was 6-0 or 9-3 or whatever. Like, they really didn't. This is the first time where it's like, all right, we're getting punched in the mouth. We got to punch back. I think they will. I don't think they're as gutless as the Miami Dolphins are. So, or even as useless as the Bills were last night. They're just sort of getting a little overwhelmed here. But this next drive is pretty much the game, Cam. You know what I mean? Even in a field goal, okay, make it 28-17 wouldn't be the end of the world. But if you turn the ball over, or if you just give the ball back, 35-14, 31-14, whatever, this is going to be lights out soon.
I agree. They haven't stopped Detroit once. So what's to say? They have to match touchdowns with them. Gabe, I'm going to be honest. I don't think a field goal is good enough. If I'm the coaching staff and you're in like a 4th and situation, like anything inside the 50, I don't care. You got to go for it. They can't stop
4-down
them.
territory.
Definitely. It's like the Lions are cooking on all cylinders today. Everything looks good. Trick plays. Montgomery's a beast. Everybody's open. Seattle's defense is getting carved up. Their injuries are catching up with them, and Detroit was an angry team. They played, we've talked about this, Gabe, not up to their potential. Even against Arizona, they let points on the board. Horrible decisions against Tampa Bay. Like, they haven't been themselves. Lucky to beat the Rams after a big lead in the opener. So this is the Lions team coming out and, fixing a lot of problems, in Seattle, unfortunately, met them at a bad time.
Well, you're right. You see it with the Bills. All right, so here's DK Metcalf. Player receptions, Metcalf, over under 8.5. What's he at right now? Metcalf, Geno Smith's up to 210. We got Geno over 2.5. Metcalf is at 6 right now, so I'm going to go over the 8.5 with Metcalf.
I would agree.
He's the guy that they're throwing to the most tonight. Jackson Smith and the Jigba's actually got 5 catches, but only 28 yards. So he's got a bunch of quick hits, but not any yardage. Lockett's kind of been non-existent. He's only been targeted 3 times tonight, two catches for 14 yards. It's the DK Metcalf show, so we just jumped in. Metcalf over 8.5 receptions. He's at 6 right now. And so we need 3 more from Metcalf. A lot of football left. I don't think Seattle will quit either. McDaniel's not like the type of guy that's going to tap out unless, it's not ugly enough. It's not that much of a blow. And Kenneth Walker helping out. And speaking of Michigan,
look at this.
Kenneth
Michigan
Walker.
State. Yes.
Yeah, Michigan State. Even though he played at Wake Forest, he's not from there. He transferred from Wake Forest to Michigan State, but still played in East Lansing. And nice big run for him here. That helps out the drive a lot, Cam. Keep this thing moving right now.
Funny, Seattle's got a lot of guys with Michigan ties, too. Charbonnet was Michigan and UCLA, so very interesting that the Wolverines are well-respected and Sparty by the Seahawks tonight. Gino, that's an interesting play, kind of a broken play right there. He gains a couple of yards. Gabe, they're not going to quit. I've seen this team play all year, and, when they let New England back in the game, they came back. They're tough. They're resilient. You saw what they did to Denver in the second half, and we can look and say, it's just Denver. Well, Denver beat the Jets on the road this week. Denver's defense is playing. They're balling this year. And by the way, Aaron Rodgers, how's that working out for you, Jets fans? Your airplane's running on coal. Tyrod Taylor would do a better job. This guy's already making excuses. Good work.
Well, they can't blame Zach Wilson like they always did in the past. It wasn't Zach Wilson's fault. They only scored 9 points.
Right.
How do you know a winner? They have the SportsGrid mobile app for one. Hey, that's a nice-looking phone you've got there, Sporto. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Pharrell, Coast to Coast.
Oh, my God. I can't even do the show. The Mets are suddenly as loose as a goose. Their dugout's lit. They cannot leave ducks on the pond. I think they're a dangerous team. They can hit. They're defensive. All these wild cards have potential to cause damage in the playoffs. I don't think the Mets are a walkover for anybody.
It's Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the winning edge, the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Know someone with a drinking or drug problem? Learn how to get sober after we've shared these stories.
I was 35 with 2 beautiful children when my life and addiction started to spiral out of control. After my divorce, I went into a depression cycle and started drinking more often and using prescription drugs. After my second DWI and arrest, my ex-husband threatened to take our children away from me.
I was 17 when I became addicted to heroin and meth. I thought I could quit on my own, but I couldn't. It hit me when I was arrested.
Get sober now. Your private insurance may cover costs and we'll get you here. It's simple. Just call Elite Rehab Placement right now. Please, don't wait. Your life matters to us. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. 800-959-6348. Call right now before it's too late. That's 800-959-6348.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Did you ever wonder why we're called SportsGrid? It's because we help create so many winners we have to use a grid system to keep track of them all. Join them. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Gino throwing the rock around like Gino Toretta in the old days. Geno Smith, the legend lives. Although I think Gino Toretta was G-I-N-O. This is G-E-N-O.
Yeah,
Gino.
that's true.
A long list of former Jet quarterbacks that are successful in the NFL. Sam Darnold, Geno Smith. But Geno Smith. Geno Smith, we got in on over 294.5 early. It was a high number, so we were sort of predicting the future. He was only at like 60 or 70. They're not really running the ball that much tonight. This Grubb offense is a pretty pass-happy offense. And Geno's been playing pitch and catch here. Very nice drive once again. And he's under duress, and he's making plays. Very impressive for Geno Smith. And Geno's up to 260 right now. 260 yards. We got over 294.5. Obviously, there's a lot of time left. There's Bobo with the catch. Although, yeah, Bobo.
That's the best. Gino, Bobo. I got the best names there.
Yeah, Gino to Bobo.
And Bobo. Yeah,
Best
Bobo.
combo in
Where's
football.
Gino?
Bobo.
I agree.
Gino and Bobo.
To Bobo. Bobo. I love the way you said it, Bobo. I like Bobo. He's good.
That's got to be.
Receiver.
They got to get some sort of local sponsorship for that. Hey, I'm Gino. Hi, I'm Bobo. Like,
Bobo.
It's got to be some car dealer or something. Like, you know what I mean? Gino and Bobo.
It's Gino and Bobo. Is that what do we got here? Are they in or what's where you at the touchdown?
They're saying it's in.
Touchdown. Hey,
Kenneth Walker.
Wicked. I got him anytime touchdown. I didn't know he was going to get 2. Good for him.
Yeah. So at least Kenneth Walker touchdown hits. I'm looking here. Unfortunately, none of my Miami Dolphin touchdown props are hitting Dave H.
Oh, dude, you should have seen it, Morency. When you had Kurtz on, Huntley made one throw when they finally beat the DB. Tyreek Hill was like 6 yards past him.
No, we saw it. Yeah, we were watching it live.
That? Yeah, you just see Tyreek Hill, like he kicked the ball afterwards. The Dolphins are a frustrated bunch. And McDaniel's just still looking at his play card going, what am I going to do here? Well, other teams deal with backup quarterbacks. Figure it out.
He's a loser, McDaniel. Like, this guy really is bad. People rip on other coaches. He's terrible, this guy.
Oh, it's almost like you mentioned it the other time we did a show. It's like he just hits the vape pen and stares at his card all day. It's like, dude, stop looking at your card.
He doesn't talk to anyone during the game.
No.
It's like there's no leadership. Right. There's no advice. There's no anything. And the thing is, he doesn't look up. So they score, and he's staring at his chart. It's like, bro, it's like 5 minutes before we're even going to get the ball back. We're going to a commercial break here. So what are you looking at? It's like McDaniels is like that guy that walks to avoid people. I'm on the cell phone, I'm talking on the phone, even though he's not talking to anybody. All right, so this is I don't understand this.
What's the deal here?
Why are Seattle this is one of their stupid chart things. It's 28-20.
They're lucky.
Just make it 28-21.
I think.
Yeah, but just make it 28-21. And you're down by 7. This little, where we're thinking ahead and we're going to take the lead here after with the next touchdown. I guess, you know what? I shouldn't be surprised because McDonald is a Harbaugh guy, Jim and John. So I don't know where he's getting this from. To me, like you said, there's a pass interference in the end zone. So now they're going to have the ball even closer to the goal line here for the 2. Doesn't mean they're going to get it. They should just freaking give it to Kenneth Walker here now. Don't throw the ball. Although, you know what? Of course I get screwed, Cam. I just bet on Metcalf receptions. So I got my reception was overturned.
Yeah.
He kind of caught the ball. I guess he was out of bounds, but they're throwing the ball again.
I don't like this. You're at
How the hell is that going to work?
That's what I'm saying. This is what we talk about on the show all day. You're at the half-yard line with the penalty, and you're setting up shop that deep. Is this stupid? You run the ball with Walker.
I called it earlier, Ken.
Charbonnet.
I said, they're going to do some stupid out pattern to the back of the end zone. And it wasn't even, it was to Bobo of all people.
It was horrible. That's a horrible, what are you doing? That's why you run the ball when you take a penalty, because you're closer. You don't throw it.
Yeah, now the stupid idiot. The stupid idiot, you're down. You should be down 7. Now you're down 8.
These guys, honest to God, Morency, these are the brain trusts. Guys, take your extra point. You're down a touchdown.
Who does that, though? What world are we living in now that it used to be now in the new world? I don't want the 3. I don't want the 3.
Yeah.
I swear, too, I had Terry Bowden on the other night, and Virginia Tech went for it on 4th and goal instead of kicking the 3. And I said, they should have kicked the 3, all these stupid coaches. And Bowden came on the air. He goes, I disagree. I would have went for it and stuff. And I love the coach after, but Cam, Virginia Tech lost on a Hail Mary after. They would have only needed a field goal instead of a touchdown if they didn't. They were kicked.
Well said. So how many times it's happened in the NFL?
I'm just saying, so Bowden's a coach, and I don't know. I guess it's a coach thing. He goes, no, Gabe, you got to go for it. You got him pinned down there. And I even said to him, I said, I don't know, coach. I would have liked that 13-point lead instead of 10. He goes, it's still 2 touchdowns. So, yeah, but look how the game ended. You ended up losing by 5, and you could have, you know what I mean? You would have kicked the field goal. You only would have needed a field goal at the end and your kicker on Virginia Tech, Cam, was making 58-yarders all game.
We don't need a chart to figure it out.
I'm not even a coach, and I'm just kick the damn 3 points.
I'm with you. How many games this year in the NFL? It happened to Detroit too, where they left points. They tried to get pretty, and all they needed is a field goal to win. You guys,
people think at the time, oh, there's only 6 minutes left in the third. It's like, no, you got to think. You know what?
Yes,
these 3 points will help us. It's like saving money. It's almost like, listen, I don't need this money now, but it'll probably help if we just sort of have it for a rainy day. And just, you know what? If you can get points, they add up, Cam. Look at, bro, there's teams in the NFL. Matthias's Falcons. They just won a football game yesterday on 5 field goals and a pick 6 and a fumble recovery for a touchdown. They didn't score a touchdown. They just kick field goal. They add up, right? You know what I mean? It sucks, but they add it up, man.
That Koo's money. I told you he's money, Gabe. He's turning into Mr.
58-yarder.
Cool. He's cool.
Yeah, cool was cool. Cool. That should be his nickname. Cool.
Exactly. I'm cool. These coaches, I'm done with this 2-point conversion crap. And the best is you get a penalty to make it closer and you have a low percentage play. Good work, guys.
Oh, Matthias is all fired up for the Falcons on Thursday. I don't see how the Bucs are in the play.
I don't know. I like Frank Falcon, Gabe. I want to be on Matthias' side here. I got a soft spot in my heart. Koo's my guy. I'm going to get a Koo jersey.
I'm getting screwed on that, too. Metcalf actually caught it. That's what I was saying. Seattle are stupid. They should have challenged that.
Yeah, they should put Peter in there.
Time to coil up that garden hose. And SportsGrid has you covered with strategies and info on football, baseball, and everything else. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1927, Babe Ruth smashes the 60th home run of the season, a record that held for 34 years.
Look at it go, by God! Look at it go!
The Bambino went on to hit a career 714 home runs. And in 1939, the first televised college football game as Fordham beats Waynesburg 34-7. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Moneyline at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Football Full Circle.
Sam Darnold, as long as he's healthy and you have the best wide receiver in the NFL in Justin Jefferson, you're going to win games. And I'll just say this. Aaron Jones has been a bright spot to this offense. He can run it, he can catch it, and they are a balanced football team that I think people are selling short because I think they can potentially make it to the NFC Championship.
It's Football Full Circle with Ben Stevens and Joe Lisi. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Get sports gaming strategies and information 24 hours a day,
7 days a week.
Everything you need to get the winning edge right here. No wonder the wife says you need to spend more time with the kids. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, it's been a touchdown palooza. The Detroit Lions just scored a touchdown as we were going into the break. A 70-yard touchdown pass from Goff to Jamison Williams. And remember, I told you guys, I said before, that Goff is still going to throw for a bunch of yards the way this game is going. So everything actually hit. Surprisingly enough, there was a plethora of touchdowns. And we hit the in-game, we hit the original over the football game because it's 35-20 right now. So they got to 55. We hit the original over. We hit the 49.5. We hit the 53.5. So that was a nice little sweep of the totals in that football game. So the Miami Dolphins just scored, and we got an anytime Achane touchdown scoring prop, like I'm sure like everybody does. Achane's on the freaking goal line. He gets stuffed. They give it to Huntley. Huntley walks into the end zone. Huntley scores the touchdown. It's 22-12 right now in this football game. 22-12. So they go for the 2. They don't get the 2. They're down by 10. How many times do we see this, man? Teams like, I don't know why they have such a hard time scoring the 2. And Tyreek Hill's losing it on the sidelines like he's mad at his kids right now. All right, let's bring in Mick Aussie. See, I don't know what the hell. Tyreek's freaking out on the sideline. I guess he's upset. 22-12 in this football game. There's still 4.5. No, there's a little under 4 minutes left now here. I don't really see how Miami are going to be able to come back. And what an explosive play by Jameson Williams. Touchdown Williams, 35-20, 2:52 left. We got a lot of football left, and we're already at 55 points. Let's bring in Mick Aussie right now. Mick, what do you think about these football games tonight?
Oh, I'm glad the Lions are winning. I'm a fan of the Lions, and Dolphins are terrible. That's pretty much it. How can they get beaten by the Tennessee Titans? They're terrible too, mate. So just shows you lose your quarterback, and many teams are screwed because their backups are terrible, which is really disappointing that the whole league revolves around one player sometimes, a quarterback.
Yeah, but it shouldn't. And I know what you mean.
No.
I get it, like with a star player, you know what I mean? But even Mahomes has gotten hurt a couple of times in the playoffs over the past couple of years, and Chad Henne came in. He moves the ball. Like, you know what I mean? You can't expect the backup quarterback to be as good as the starting quarterback, Mick, but the coach and the team is supposed to have a system in place that we can still succeed. Look at the Green Bay Packers. They lose. Dude, Malik Willis just got to Green Bay. They won both games with Malik Willis started because Matt LaFleur is a good coach. They have a good team. They knew, all right, this is what we're going to do with this guy. Look at the Minnesota Vikings. Doesn't matter who the quarterback is, man. O'Connell's like, all right, I'm running my offense. San Francisco, system quarterback, Mick. You drop anyone in there, and they're successful pretty much. Miami, can't say the same, man, about this coach and McDaniel. And, like I said, he thinks he's cool and, the way, I'm going to look different. I'm the coolest guy in the room. Well, you're not your team sucks. So you might think you're cool, but you're not. Like, just point blank. I mean, this thing's a disaster. I'd be close to wanting to fire the guy if I was Miami and start over, to be honest.
Yeah, I do like the Miami coach, so I'm a bit disappointed. But how's this? I mean, Jordan Love, he wasn't fit. His knee was screwed. Why did they play him? That's just ridiculous just because he's making all that money. I was actually on the Packers. They nearly came back and won, but 0-28, Jordan Love, terrible. Don't play him if they're injured. Look what Mike Shanahan did to RG 3 years ago, ruined his career. And Bo Nix, I'm listening to Denver radio this morning. Oh, my God, they talked for 20 minutes about Bo Nix. Who cares? He played terrible. We got the win over those useless Jets. I'm happy. We got lucky. But Bo Nix is, -7 at the half. -7 yards, 60 yards total. 12 for 25, and these radio clowns got to rave on about him for 20 minutes. Talk about the great defense and how Vance Joseph have got them going well. We have one first-round pick on the defense, Patrick Surtain. That is it. So well done to Vance Joseph back there as defensive coordinator, the former head coach, the Broncos defense. Talk about them, not some average quarterback that's new. Some real quarterbacks get all the attention. Drives me nuts.
Yeah, Denver didn't win because of Bo Nix. 12 of 25, 60 yards. That's hard. Like, that's really, 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 really bad. Like, he's been, like, out of the 4 games, he's been terrible in 3 of them, right? There's been sort of one of them that he was serviceable in one of them. He's still figuring it out. But the thing with Bo Nix, he's not young, right? So there's not that much more upside with him. He's just sort of got to get more comfortable, and then it kind of is what it is. He's already played 1 million games. But a win's a win. And like you said, I know how much you dislike Aaron Rodgers, so you beat Aaron Rodgers. More with Mick on the other side.
Are you retired like me, and you just found out you owe the IRS a ton of money? Well, what would your life be like if they took your retirement savings away from you? They can do it, and your property. If you owe the IRS back taxes or you haven't filed in a while, the Tax Relief Line is here to help you. They can stop the IRS from taking your retirement savings. If you qualify, you could have your tax bill reduced to zero. That's right, if you're retired and you owe the IRS a lot in back taxes, you could have your entire tax bill reduced to zero due. The IRS has now hired thousands of new employees, so they're ready to come after you. Don't let them take your retirement savings or property. Make this free call now.
800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. 800-590-4933. That's 800-590-4933.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Lehigh University scientists have discovered that Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise, in addition to being a delicious sandwich topping, may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of nuclear fusion. Fusion on Earth means superheating hydrogen isotopes to millions of degrees centigrade, hotter than the core of the sun, which turns it into plasma, a soup of positive nuclei and free electrons. Hydraulically whipping a giant vat of Hellmann's mayonnaise turns it into a material that simulates exactly the physical and elastic properties of hot plasma at low temperatures without any of the bad side effects. And later makes for a delicious lunch. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Superstitious rituals won't make you a winner.
It just makes you more superstitious.
But if you absolutely have to have one,
okay, here it is.
Listen to us 6 hours a day.
There, feel better?
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, Miami get the ball back. Hey, here comes Seattle with a big play down the field. Here's Seattle on the 20-yard line right now, the Detroit Lions. This game is turning into a wild affair. Huntley tried to throw the ball away, and it was everything at once. So he got hit with an intentional, throwing the ball away, intentional grounding. They got hit with a safety because he did it from the end zone, except the buddy actually intercepted it looks like. So I don't know. I don't think they're going to review. So they gave him the safety. So it's not the interception. It looked close to an interception. They gave the safety. So it's 24-12 right now for the Tennessee Titans. And the Dolphins have to kick the ball back. There's a little more than 2 minutes left. I doubt there's any more points in this game, but suddenly the total is coming into play here. And I don't know if did Miami somehow get the ball back? Miami picked the ball up. It is a live ball. I don't know, I don't know what the play is here. You see the Tennessee coaches flipping out right now. Did Miami just trick them? Not a refs are convening here. I got it. I don't know who's going on the field here. The ref, I don't know what happened. I don't know, if it was not live, if it was illegally touched. I think Miami got the ball personally, from what I saw live. It is a live ball. You kick it off. So the ball was bouncing around. What's the referee saying here? I don't know, dude. This is a long explanation of the referees pointing all kinds of directions. No. It's Tennessee ball. 24-12. So now, I don't know. I was just going to say the total was 37 in this game. Now the total's starting to come into play here. Mick Aussie. So we're in between quarters here, and I had to charge my phone up. Mick Aussie in the house. So, Mick, like I said, a win is a win. The defense stepping up. Surtain's been amazing. That's been one of the big reasons why they're winning football games. They are shutting down the other team's opposing top wide receivers. So it doesn't matter how you get them. You get them. And you know what? The Raiders are all like the Broncos this year, Mick. They're not very good, and you think, man, there's no way this team wins. You know, when they're supposed to win, they don't win, and then they sort of surprise you with a win, the Raiders. So as crazy as it sounds, Mick, either the Broncos or the Raiders, somebody's going to be freaking 3-2 after this football game. Pretty crazy.
Yeah. Well, we got the rivals in Denver on Sunday. I think our record's been bad against them lately. But one of the good things about the weekend was the Broncos won, and the Steelers, the Eagles, and the Browns all lost. So I absolutely love that. But yeah, we're what are we? We're 1-point favorite against the Raiders at home. So yeah, I hope we can get that done. It's probably going to be
2.5
scoring.
I don't know. You're looking 1.5, maybe where you're looking, but I'm seeing 2.5 now, Mick. So it's going up a little bit here. Right. I don't know. This is one of the hardest games in the world to predict. You don't know what the hell you're going to get from either team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at the Raiders. They go and they beat Baltimore in Baltimore. Then they lose to Carolina, and then they beat Cleveland. Like, they're all over the place, this Raider team. And Denver, Denver can't score, but they find ways to win. So it's a tough game. What's your pick going to be here, Mick? Raiders or Broncos? Are your Broncos going to get it done or what?
I have to have the faith. I think we can if our quarterback plays a bit better. Don't you love what the Raiders coach said the other week? He basically called his players out for quitting and they're making too much money. That was a good comment. I liked what he said there. He's okay, but nah, not a Raiders fan, as you know. But what about this? How can the Cowboys be minus plus 2.5 against the Steelers? I think they'll destroy the Steelers, won't they? Steelers overrated at 3-1. I told you they'd lose.
No, you know what? I'm actually leaning with the Steelers here. And Kenneth Walker scores the touchdown now. They're not going away. They're not going away. Like, it's third. So now, like this, now they're kicking extra points, you stupid idiots. So now you're down by 8, 30. Like, seriously, like they're morons. Well, I better kick the extra point. Oh, yeah. Okay, coach. Thanks, buddy. You know, we're only down 8 now. So you're still going to need the 2, but they're not going away. They're hanging around. And son of a bitch, I wanted to bet this, but my phone died. My battery, it's my fault. I knew before the show, and I didn't do it. No, Matthias, it's true. And the total was 59.5 at the time. Or, sorry, 69.5. And I was like, man, I don't know, 69.5. And I looked, and my phone dies. They score the freaking touchdown, and by the time I'm able to turn it back on, it's 74.5 now.
Isn't that just the worst? It's just like time is just go every second. It feels like it's going twice as fast. The damn thing's not charging.
I got no one to blame but myself. I knew before the show. I saw it was like 18% that I didn't charge. I was like, oh, it'll be good. Evidently, I was wrong. And Micah Parsons, guys, looks like he's going to be out of this football game, right? I see it's his first time he's ever missed a game at any level before. So, Mick, that's going to be a big difference. I could see T.J. Watt causing Dak Prescott problems. I actually do like the Steelers there. Mick, what do you think of the Falcons and the Buccaneers on Thursday? The Falcons are minus 1.5 point favorites against Tampa. I think Tampa are going to beat them.
I hope so. And I said last week, sure, I got some wrong, but I said the Bucs were going to bounce back against those rotten Eagles, and they destroyed them. Baker Mayfield and Tom Brady, that's pretty funny, but that's just over the hype media stuff. But yeah, I hope the Bucs win. Definitely take them on the plus. The Falcons are not too bad, so that's a really good rivalry between those two. Should be a ripper, I think.
I don't know how good they actually are. Their defense is all right. They're grinding. They're finding a way to win. I'll give them credit for that, but their offense is really struggling. I mean, 2 of the 3 games at home, they haven't scored a touchdown. They didn't score a touchdown at home against the they score 1 touchdown in 1 week. They don't score again here. They don't score touchdowns, this team. I mean, their offense is just bad. That's my problem with them. All right, so speaking of which, Mick, I was torn, dude, all week. I thought I swear to God, like even an hour before the AFL kickoff, the final, I was like, man, this game is so hard. Like, it's just so, it could go either way. And then my gut told me, you know what? I got to go with Brisbane here, right? The way, the heart and spirit that they showed. I watched them play against the Magpies and, this playoff run that they've been on. And, man, am I glad I made that choice. Once again, the Swans got, sliced and diced, Mick. You want to talk about an ass kicking. That was a rout, man.
Yeah. Well, nothing against the Ottawa Swans, but I am never wearing this Swans jersey ever again on your show, mate, because they didn't learn. 2 years ago, they got belted in a grand final by Geelong by over 80 points. They weren't with it. Very disappointing game. Even in that first quarter, kicks from defense were going to the opposition on the forward lines from both teams. But then it just shows, mate, when everyone gets confident and you get that ball first and you handle it cleanly, it's very tough to come back. I've been on both sides. I've been on winning teams where we're like the Lions were. And when you're on a losing team like that, even if you're a good player, sometimes it's hard to get back in. Very disappointing. The whole game was terrible. I wanted a close one. We got a close one last year. We got a close one when your Eagles won a few years ago. But at least Katy Perry was really good at the start. That was about all that was really good. And people that paid big money from Sydney to go down to Melbourne, including my nephew, very disappointing. I'm disgusted in the Swans. At the start of the year, I picked the Lions to win, Swans to come second on the Yank on the
Great
Footy
call.
show. Idiot me, I swapped it last week to the Lions. Oh, well.
You know what, though? As you stated, the starts of these games, you see this in the NBA Finals. You see it in the Stanley Cup, Mick. The first period, like in the regular season, you can come back. These championship games and game sevens, man, you fall behind early. You lose all the momentum and the wheels fall off. And that's exactly what happened to the Swans. Thanks, Mick.
Yeah, and they get worried, they get nervous because they're going to lose. Thanks a lot. Have a good week, guys.
The boys of summer become the champions of fall. The World Series is on its way. And SportsGrid brings you every angle. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime, on the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and SiriusXM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern. And Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi. Then boils over with Gabe Morency on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
In 1972, in his final game before his tragic plane crash, Pirates outfielder Roberto Clemente doubles off the Mets' John Matlack to become the 11th player to record 3,000 hits.
Bobby hits a drive into the gap in the left center field. There she is.
Clemente was elected to the Hall of Fame 6 months after his passing. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
Everybody's fighting for your attention. And all you want is some no-nonsense information. We hear you. And you should hear us. We're your trusted source for gaming, odds, and more. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Better late than never. This is Sports Rage, NFL Game Day. I am Gabriel Morency, SiriusXM Channel 159, SportsGrid Radio Networks. Hey, thanks to our boy Mick Aussie for kicking with us. It's been a fun night of football. This the Seattle and Detroit game is living up to the hype. And as someone to bet the over and the in-game overs, it was nice to be on the right side of this. And of course, like a nut job, I did bet it again. I bet over 74.5 as well. We're at 73.5 right now. listen, a lot of stuff can happen here. There's still 11 and a half minutes left in this football game. And Seattle are moving the ball in the air. They're also running the ball a lot for big chunks right now. And as I was saying, better late than never. We had a Pollard anytime touchdown prop at plus 137. And it's the one good thing about props. You know what? You're always sort of alive until the final whistle of these games. And Tennessee didn't have to score, but they did. They gave it to Pollard, and he plowed it in. Pollard scores 31-12 right now is the final score. So the game ends up going over the number late because of the late touchdown. And Tennessee get their first win of the season. 31-12 final score. And reports are right now, even though the game is over, Coach McDaniel is still looking at his chart right now. And you should be looking at your chart, because I got to tell you, if I was Stephen Ross, the owner of the Dolphins, I'd be considering making a change at the head coaching position. And maybe you should be looking at your chart and seeing where you could be an offensive coordinator with one of your buddies, because I don't know if how long. But I tell you, McDaniel's going to have the excuse, oh, Tua was out and the quarterbacks and this and that. But there's a difference between the quarterback being out and just completely falling apart. You got players throwing tantrums on the sidelines. You know, you got a bunch of other players sort of laughing it up. I also think, I said it earlier, you got a bunch of like heavily paid players on the Dolphins, but a lot of them have already been successful elsewhere. So they're not really hungry. Think like a baseball team, like just sort of, you know what I mean? 25 guys, 25 limos after. What does Jalen Ramsey care? The guy's 100, you know what I mean? Multi-millionaire, he's already won. Tyreek Hill's already, you got all these dudes have won a lot and or just don't have it. And also, I think playing in Miami is a distraction, point blank. These guys are going out. They have like, you know, the great, you know what I mean? Just that whole Miami club scene and all that. It's easy not to be as intense. Like if you're in Buffalo or you're in Green Bay or one of these places, you're more focused. You just are. Players will admit it. Serge Ibaka actually talked about it, and he said, I don't mean any disrespect to Oklahoma City, but that's where I got to become a good shooter because there was nothing to do there. So he basically said, I built a gym at my house, and I just played basketball all the time, and I took shots all the time. And it was funny. Ibaka said, he goes, there's one movie theater and there's one nightclub. And he goes, when you're on the Thunder, you can't exactly go to them. And he was talking about how he goes, I kind of stick out to begin with. So he goes, I couldn't go out to any of the clubs there in Oklahoma City. And he goes, I'd go to the movies sometimes with a hood on and stuff. But he goes, I just stayed home all the time. And I took free throws. He credited it with him getting to be a better free throw shooter because he lived in Oklahoma City. You live in L.A., you're playing for the Lakers or Clippers, you ain't going to be practicing free throws at 2 in the morning. You're going to be coming home from the nightclub. You're going to be out. The big difference. All right, so we got a big-time track meet going on in this football game. What do you think here, Cam, of the Seahawks situation? Down 8 right now.
They're playing great. Other than the defense, and finally both teams get a stop here. We'll see what Seattle's doing. Probably going to go for it, I would think, Morency, in this situation. If I was a Lions fan, I'd be very concerned, though. Seattle's carving you up, and this is a team that's one of the contenders and one of the Super Bowl favorites. Like, a lot of teams have this defense, other than their line, they need a lot of work. They've been exposed a little bit by Seattle. They're made like another first down here, Gabe. Like they're just carving these guys up. And by no offense, is Seattle like the best offense? I'm not sure if this is coming back, but you know what I'm saying? Look how many points Detroit's giving up. They're at home too. Like if you're a team, you're like, you know, we could score on these guys. Like you can't be in track meets like this back and forth every week. Eventually, you got to have a defensive stand. Not impressed with their defense, but great game, excellent game, points galore.
And the Seahawks go for it on 4th down. They get it, but it's offensive pass interference, which you rarely see. Mm-hmm. Tyler Lockett, offensive pass interference. Now you're in a tough spot here on this play. I got to tell you, too.
He got held.
That's a garbage
That's
call.
A crap call. He did nothing. Thought he should be on Detroit. They didn't let him run his pattern. Like that's nuts.
Nah, but they're saying basically the claim is that it's a pick.
Oh, okay.
Right? That that he's purposely blocking, which even in football, sort of the basketball thing, you've got to sort of have like, you know what I mean? You got to,
I know.
If you're a wide receiver, you can't set a pick over the middle of the field type thing. You see that called sometimes in the end zone area. You don't really see it called over the middle of the field, but I got to be honest, I really didn't see anything there, Cam. I just saw two guys sort of bump into each other. Like,
I
don't see how that was a weak penalty.
He never says much. You hear what he says on the sidelines. He's like, what the hell are you doing? Like, that was ridiculous. Like, all of a sudden, here come the penalties, right? But I'm with you, Gabe. I didn't see a pick at all in that play. And I'm not a Seattle fan. I'm just watching the game. That was definitely a no call, in my opinion.
Well, the refs felt otherwise. Like I said, I didn't see much, but like I said, my deal with it is they rarely call that. They rarely, like, it's got to be egregious normally. Like, sometimes, like I said, you'll see that, and the teams will do it deliberately. It's sort of like in the CFL. The CFL teams will use the goalpost as the pick type of deal. They'll get guys running slants towards around the goalposts, and they know the defenders don't want to fly into it. And they got to go around it. Now, even in the CFL, you don't see it called much because teams are good at sort of like, oh, we didn't mean to do it, but they can call the penalty on it. Once in a while, you'll see in the CFL, they'll be like, dude, you purposely use the goalpost as a pick, as a sort of to impede the defender where you threw it deliberately. It's hard to prove. Like I said, you don't really see that ever in midfield guys. Like when I saw offensive pass interference, I was assuming that, all right, did he push off or, did he step out of bounds? Did he come back in bounds? But no, it was in the middle of the field, and they got Lockett for colliding with somebody. And another thing is, if you're going to set a pick, why would you do it with Lockett, who's like 5 feet 10, 11? Like, it's just, so I don't understand it, but it is what it is. 35-27 in this football game. The drama continues. The in-game total, 69.5 now.
Winning isn't a mystery. It requires strategy, a plan, and a few hours a week listening to us. So stop freaking out. Get the winning edge. Keep it here on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Do you use the expensive blue or yellow pills to charge your sex life? Are you thinking about it? What if we can promise you the same results for less than $3 a pill? If you're paying $20 a pill for the other pills, you're getting taken to the cleaners. Our pills deliver the exact same results for less than $3. You'll save more than $16 a pill for the same results. And right now, radio callers will get 44 blue or yellow pills for $120 with free discreet shipping. You can save more than $700 off pharmacy prices. Charge your sex life now and save a ton of money. Call now and get your 44 pills and save over $700 and qualify for free shipping. Stop overpaying and call right now.
Paid for by Steel Man Pills. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. 800-823-3851. That's 800-823-3851.
When you take a risk, preparation is important. It makes your chances of success so much greater.
SportsGrid is your preparation.
Bringing you sports gaming strategies and information 7 days a week. Don't take a chance without us. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
So I get, every time I try to get too cute, I had Detroit on a bunch of money line parlays, but I tease Seattle as well. Think, you know what? Seattle plus 11.5 is not a bad look here, to the over. And they're down by 8 right now. They can hold them to a field goal here, but they just can't get a stop. Like, everything that Jared Goff does just works. And you get a stop here, but there's a penalty flag on the play. as the refs are getting flag happy, and they seem to be picking on Seattle quite a bit here at the end of this football game. Oh, no, it's on Detroit.
Oh.
So like I said, from a teaser perspective, anybody that's got this game teased right now, they're down by 8. It ended up closing at 4. So it's right on the number, Cam. They kicked the field goal. They're down by 11 again. So for teaser players such as myself, this is a big possession here. But I also bet the in-game over. So, ideally, I don't know. I guess they kick a field goal, and then I'd like to see Seattle score. I'd like to see Seattle send this game to overtime somehow, but I don't know if it's going to be possible. We'll see if they can get a stop here. First and goal from the 20-yard line right now for Detroit.
Yeah, just hold them to a field goal, and then that teaser becomes in play, Gabe. And that's the thing. I don't know, but if you're going to be a betting man right now, I'd have to say Detroit's probably going to score a touchdown even from the 20-yard line with all the cracks. Look at this. Another running play, 9 yards. Like, Seattle's defense is like Swiss cheese tonight. They're getting they're porous. Holes everywhere.
Well, missing Murphy, missing Williams has caught up to them, as you see tonight for real. They're getting pushed around. Guys, if you just keep your eye, you'll watch sort of the middle of the offensive line. There's a lot of white jerseys that are getting pushed backwards a lot. But Detroit's offensive line is one of the best O-lines in football, especially at running the ball. There's a lot of good O-lines, but not a lot of them are good at run blocking. They're good at pass blocking in today's day and age. But Detroit, their linemen enjoy it. They like getting after it. But we got a third and goal coming up here. They could get the stop, hold it to 11 here. But we only got 5.5 minutes left. But it has been a fun football game, entertaining game. And it was a crazy day of sports today with the baseball. But we got 4 baseball games tomorrow. It's a great time of the year right now. Baseball all day long, all week, because you got the wild cards. And then they play on Saturday. The divisional rounds start. So we start tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern time. Detroit and Houston in Houston, Cam. What's your pick? Skubal against Framber Valdez. The Astros are minus 150. The Tigers are plus 125. The total is 6.5. What's your pick for the game?
This is my heart speaking, but I'm going to take Skubal and the Tigers. I think he can win the game due to pitching, and he'll go deep into the game. This is what's scary about these short series, Gabe. Skubal's been a monster. Detroit's getting great pitching, timely hitting. Houston, I know you guys talk about it. We talk about it all the time. Probably the best clutch team. They always seem, remember that series versus Seattle too, where they're down to like their last at-bat home run and crazy stuff. Like, they always find a way. But I'll tell you, Skubal in Detroit, man, that's a nice pitching matchup for Detroit. I might look at the dog in game 1.
Jared Goff.
No way. Is he in?
Someone going to make they're calling it a touchdown.
Wow.
And I don't know. There's 2 refs standing right there. No one made a call. So I don't know who made the call from the other side of the field, Cam. There's 2 refs right there.
Yeah, I know. What are you guys doing? Old guys. It's just like, what? Come on. There's no way.
That's a touchdown.
Yes, it is. Wow. What
he got his feet in.
Brown. Great catch.
Jared Goff. Guys, last week it was Jaden Daniels. And Jaden Daniels was unbelievable. And he knocked me out of the freaking Circus Survivor. And I still would be alive because I would have taken San Francisco yesterday. But nevertheless, it's a cold world. Wow. 42-27 right now. But so last week it was Jaden Daniels that was unbelievable, 21-23. Jared Goff, this is like next level stupid special what Jared Goff has done tonight. Jared Goff is now 18 of 18 passing for 292 yards. He's averaging 16.2 yards a pass, and he's thrown 2 touchdowns. His quarterback rating is 155.8. And listen, Geno's having a nice night too. Geno's only thrown for a touchdown, but Kenneth Walker's rushed for 3 touchdowns. So Geno's having a hell of a night. We gave you guys the Geno Smith over 294.5. Geno's at 325 right now. Geno Smith is 32 of 43 for 325 yards, 7.6 yards average per pass. But special performance tonight for Goff. 18 of 18. Gabe? Perfection. It's rating? Almost like he's thrown in a perfect game.
What's his
155.8.
How is it not 158.3? He's perfect, and that's a perfect rating. He hasn't had an incompletion.
Because I guess he hasn't, probably needs to run for 8 yards or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, okay. Perfect to us. 158.3.
Short from perfect, but
Yeah.
18 of 18 is pretty damn good.
I agree.
That was way lower, Matthias, than normal.
Yeah, now I can barely hear the show. Now it's really low.
The music.
Everything's low.
And he adds, Matthias, that's not normal like volume. We lost the volume.
You hit this guy with a pillow. He falls over. That's how much moxie he's got. When things don't go right from an in-game perspective, he absolutely sucks. Kick his ass out of the locker room, this guy. I'm sick of his face.
It's Carver and Lisi with Mike Carver and
He texted me, "Don't talk." What does that mean? Are we off the air or what's happening?
The Technology Minute with George Capello.
I don't know where he is.
Researchers at the University of Waterloo have created a new smart fabric when made into clothing can convert body heat and solar energy into electricity. Super durable with self-powered embedded.
He says everything froze, Gabe. He's got to call Carl. That's what he texted me.
Keeping you warm. Even
Yeah, mics are hot.
monitors your vital signs, including respiration and body temperature. It even detects hazardous pathogens in the air you breathe. There's just one thing you probably don't want to do wearing your electrically charged pants. Shower in them. Follow me at G Capalvo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
The sharpest football contest show in the land, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show, focuses on Circus Sports Million, Circus Survivor, and the Westgate Super Contest, handicapping the games and releasing our contest picks every week of the season. With two former Super Contest winners, Brady Cannon and James Salinas, a former NFL player, Mike Pritchard, and over $1 million in contest prize money won combined, the Las Vegas Football Contest Show will have you prepared this season like none other.
There, Sporto. We know you've been
Yes.
hurt in the past.
Yep.
Big stations with big promises
your microphone on your
lied
mic real
to,
quick?
suckered you in.
I'll do my best. Yeah.
You can take our information
Okay,
to the bank.
we're gonna be
This
we're gonna
is
be coming
the
on,
SportsGrid Radio Network.
and the music is gonna fade
So what?
after 50 seconds. The mics are hot right now.
So why don't we just come on then now, right? Like, are we coming on?
Yes, exactly. Yes. Now that's the game.
Hey, Gabe, we're coming on right now. He says, just right on. Just go right into it when we come on.
All right, we got some technical chaos going on. We've lost control. We've lost contact. It's like an episode of The Twilight Zone where you're stuck in another planet. We've lost contact with Master Control, but it's all good. 42-27 right now, 4 minutes left in the football game. Seattle moving the ball again. This is just sort of padding the stat type of time, but the teaser comes into play again. So they're down by 15. There's still an opportunity to potentially score a touchdown and backdoor this thing. Although Seattle they're running out of energy right now. They kind of know that they're done. It's 42-27 with 3:54 left. As we were talking about, Jared Goff, unbelievable performance from Goff here tonight. Goff, 18 of 18, 292 yards. 2 touchdowns, spectacular performance. A lot of people, Goff hasn't been this and that. It's like, whatever, guys. Right? You know what? He struggled. The whole team struggled as a whole. The wide receivers weren't getting open. Tonight, everybody just really stepped up. Almost a perfect performance, but Joseph just got hurt for Detroit. You got to be worried about injuries on the way out right now. Goff's number was ridiculously light. Shout out to our boy Lambert that jumped in on the over 192.5. I tried to get to 212.5, but they pulled it on me. Gino right now is up to 361, 35 of 47. So like I said, it's a big stat fest, but I am going to lose with DK Metcalf. I took Metcalf over 8.5 catches, and Metcalf is still stuck at 6. He hasn't gotten anything ever since I took him. So we've done pretty well with the in-game betting tonight, but that's catching up to us. And I'd like to see a Seattle touchdown on the way out here. All right, we got Mo Khan stepping up in a couple of minutes. Oh, this should be an adventure. Our boy Matthias right now is trying to figure things out behind the scenes. And we were talking, getting Cam's baseball picks. I'll give you my picks after. How is that not pass interference in the end zone?
Yeah, he's on his back.
There was already a flag on the play, but come on, bro.
Yeah.
They don't like Metcalf. Like, they screwed. And I'm telling you what, on the 2-point conversion earlier before, I think Metcalf actually caught the ball. It's offside on the Lions. How the hell is that not pass interference in the end zone? Like, so, okay, fine, offside on the Lions. There's one flag on the play. Look at this. Look at this. He's all like, dude, he's riding his back. He's like a jockey.
Yes.
Like, there's two refs right there.
That's
like, I'm telling you, that's the DK Metcalf thing. Like, even him, he went right up to the ref after. He's like, what's the deal? Like, that's just like, yeah, you know what? I don't know. We don't like Metcalf, so don't call it. Dude, like, if I was McDaniel, I'd be freaking right now about that. You're only down by 15, Cam. You know what I mean? Like, you got a quick touchdown. There's still 2.5 left. Like, dude, this should be their ball on the goal line right now. This should be Seattle's ball on the goal line.
You know, how many timeouts? They still got 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. No, they score a touchdown. You never give up. Like, that's the whole thing. Metcalf, Gabe, you're right. I know this because I'm watching games. Like, guys don't like Metcalf. He talks a lot during games, and referees, a lot of them don't like him. That call was brutal. Like, he was mauled. He was basically mugged. It was ridiculous. Like, that's nuts.
Some of these lack of calls, right? Here's Gino running for it. Oh, and of course, there's a flag. If they call a flag on Seattle after this,
here we go.
Guys,
what's going on here?
I'll tell you what's going on. This is the welcome to the NFL McDonald. Hey, coach, you know what I mean? You think you're hot because you're 3-0 in your first 3 games. We're going to, I don't know, Detroit looked frustrated here. Oh, surprisingly, it's on Detroit. All right, so at least, if anything, these referees are consistent in throwing flags on every play for everybody. I don't know. I think that was probably a makeup call. Let me see this call. Terrion Arnold has gotten a lot of penalties this year, though. He's a kid. Oh, that's clearly a penalty. It's not a makeup call. He tackled him.
He threw Bobo down. Like, he tackled him. What do you want? Not to throw that? Come on.
Well, Detroit's been getting away with this stuff all night. So is Seattle. They figured, why not? All right, so we're right back in this teaser shot here. Come on, Gino. Dear God, I was nearly intercepted. Pitt tapped at the line. So, yeah. So it's 42-27. Is my math off? No, it's 15.
No, you're right.
And we're getting 11. I got 11 on the teaser. So they score the touchdown. They cut it to 9. I mean, the teaser's on the line here. And I bet the over 74.5, Cam. So I've got a lot on the line here, too.
So teaser. So 15. Do they go for 2? First things first, you got to get a touchdown. Do you go for 2? See, now that extra point. Think about it. If it was there.
Don't even get into that with me.
7.5, 5, and all the other stuff. See what I'm talking about? It always comes into play. Every single time.
They got to score first, like you said.
They do.
Oh, God, he nearly got intercepted again. I don't know if they're going to score. This is torture. I hate this. This is like last night. I need one more touchdown for a couple of wins here, and I couldn't get it last night. All I needed was 1 point last night. I couldn't get it. Now we need, dude, why not? You could have ran Gino, you could have taken off there too.
I know.
Man, they're going to throw the ball 2 more times here too. They're not going to run.
They are. I got a bad feeling about this. If they score, it'll probably be a penalty. Like, it just doesn't feel like it's meant to be, but see.
Come on, Gino. You've had a good night. Finish this off. I don't like the problem is they have an empty back set. So, like, Detroit know you're going to throw the ball. You don't even have a running back in the backfield. You're not even pretending. Oh, my God. Like I said, like, where's the that's not pass interference. I can't complain about that one. But where's the element of surprise, Cam, if you set up in a shotgun with no running backs?
Exactly.
Even that, there was contact with Metcalf, but the DB's got the right to the ball too.
I agree.
The DB's got a right to fight for the ball.
Metcalf was on his back. I agree. See, I'm with you. Like, that's fair because I think he should be able to intercept it. But here we go.
And now it's 4th and goal.
I didn't want. Just don't tell me. Just don't tell me yet.
Four plays in a row you're going to throw. Like I said, Well, guys, you get down there, just run the effing ball, man. Like, you know what I mean? You're right there. And no, not even close. Lobs it out of bounds, Gino. Son of a, there's the teaser, and there's an in-game bet, too. Really, you know what I mean? It really would have made a difference. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, didn't, you know what I mean? But so frustrating, Cam. The play calling to me. You got first and goal from the 4-yard line. You've ran the ball so successfully. That's the one thing you've done. Walker has 3 touchdowns, Cam. Just pound it in, or even a Charbonnet here. Look at the draw play. If they would have just ran a draw play there, look at that. They could have just ran a draw play right up the middle. You see these teams, they get into the, hey, let's throw the ball 4 times in a row. And all right, you want to throw the ball, but I'll tell you what, I'm sitting here and I'm just a jackass idiot. But if you set up in the shotgun and you don't have any running back there, listen, I'm not Wink Martindale, but I'll tell you what, I think these guys are throwing the ball right now. Unless Geno Smith wants to run it, which I said, he could have on one of these plays. It's just bad play calling. And I know, it's all about, he wasn't even ready for the snap on that play. You can say, it's meaningless and stuff. Yeah, they're not going to get the onside kick, but it's never meaningless in the gambling world, everybody. Everything counts. Seattle have 1 timeout left, too, so there's no, sort of puncher's chance for anything. Son of a... I was really hoping that, we did all right with this game, but I was really hoping to hit that teaser on the way out here with Seattle and that in-game over. It's a cold world. Mo Khan will join us next. Is that a safety?
Winning Edge benefit number 45. Finally fulfilling your dream of standing on a bar and telling the crowd, this round's on me. And mean it. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network. Pharrell, Coast to Coast.
Oh my God, I get up in the morning to do a game day. Who needs to go to practice? Go read the 50,000 articles on every game that they write about the Canadians. There's nothing like it I've ever been around and experienced. 4 Olympics, anything, I've done it all. But Montreal for hockey is better than Saks.
It's Pharrell Coast to Coast with Scott Pharrell. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific. On the home of the Winning Edge, the SportsGrid Radio Network.
How would you like to get high-speed internet for your home for less than $2 a day? That's right. For about $50 a month, you'll get lightning-fast internet. Are you paying less than $50 a month right now for your internet? Then call Whole Home Connect right now for blazing fast internet at $50 a month with no price increases, no hidden fees, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees. It's a great deal. And guess what? You can try it for 15 days. If you don't like it, you get your money back. But you're gonna love it, and you're gonna love the price. Internet for your home for $50 a month. That's less than $2 a day. Plus, no contracts, no upfront costs, no equipment fees, and our 15-day guarantee. Call now. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. 800-797-1292. That's 800-797-1292.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. Apparently, some of you are confusing the Winning Edge
with luck.
And we say nay, nay. The Winning Edge is sports gaming strategies and information you can use to create your own luck. Step 1, keep it here. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
In the immortal words of Krusty the Clown, I am Gabriel Morency, SiriusXM Channel 159, SportsGrid On Demand, YouTube. We'll be back on tomorrow night at 10 o'clock Eastern. So it's just Mondays and Thursdays that we're on at 8. Tonight we started at 7:25 due to the doubleheader, but Mondays and Thursdays we're on at 8 o'clock Eastern right here on Sirius XM Channel 159 and SportsGrid On Demand on YouTube. Sunday nights we're on Sunday Night Football on SportsGrid TV and all the usual stuff, Sports Rage. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, just during the football season because we're doing these special prime time games. We're doing every prime time game. I thought it was a safety, personally. Did he get it all the way out? I mean, he got it out briefly, but sort of. The ball, when he landed, he was on the white line, and if the white line is in, they're looking at it over and over and over here. Let's bring in Mo Khan right now. There's a lot of stuff to get to. Mo, let's start off with the Miami Dolphins, and we've been talking about this throughout the evening a bit, okay, your quarterback gets hurt, and they did. Okay, point blank, it's a safety, everybody. Told you, Matthias, I got a good eye, bro. That was a safety. See, the refs said no at first, huh? Like, they were like, no. I was like, no, you don't want to do Seattle any favors? It's an effing safety, bro. And I got to tell you, it was pass interference on Metcalf a couple of minutes ago in the damn end zone, too. It's a bunch of crap. They're screwing Seattle. We got a puncher's chance at this teaser, though. Seattle are getting the ball back, but the problem is they're not they don't need a field goal. They're still down by 13, so we need them to score a touchdown here in the final 2 minutes, but it's a possibility. So Mo Khan with us, and it's always a pleasure, Mo. But, yeah, so quarterbacks get hurt, all right. It's an excuse for teams. I get it. But at the same point in time, there needs to be a little bit of a structure in place that you can still pick up a first down, that the rest of the team doesn't quit 2 weeks into the season like this. And you look at the Carolina Panthers. They go from Young to Dalton. They win. Oh, big return for Seattle. You look at Malik Willis, who people have heavily criticized, right? Malik Willis comes in, wins 2 games of Malafleur. Sam Darnold wins football games. Like, Kevin O'Connell's like, all right, I got Nick Mullins. I got J.J. McCarthy. I got this. I get a feeling, whatever. If it was J.J., they'd be winning. Like, it's the system. Shanahan can plug quarterbacks in and out. And there's going to be levels of success. I get it. But the sky doesn't fall. McDaniel doesn't seem like some sort of offensive genius to me. And I don't know if I've ever seen a coach communicate less with the players during a game, Mo. He just stands there staring at his effing chart all game. Like, he doesn't look up. Like, it's a commercial break. It's like, bro, we don't even have the ball, and you're looking at the chart. Like, to me, this guy just seems to be in over his head here, Mo. Like, this, I don't know how long. I guess, Tua's out. Okay, Tua's out. Does that explain why the defense sucks and everyone's quitting on the team and you got players throwing tantrums on the sideline? They're undisciplined. I got a lot of questions about this coach, Mo. I got to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, look, you can get questions about him because he signed a 4-year extension, right, before training camp began. So Stephen Ross likes him, right? Chris Greer likes him. But, Gabe, you think about it right now, Miami invested heavily on this roster for this year and next year to make a run for the Super Bowl. And it's now gone complete kaput for this team, right? And how they are going to be this year. They probably won't get Tua back at best till maybe, early November, if that's the best case scenario for this team here. But by then, they might be way behind the Buffalo Bills for first, and who knows where the New York Jets will be. But I think for Mike McDaniel, for what he's built up, look, you look at his body of record right now as a Miami Dolphin coach. I mean, against 500 teams last year, he was 1-6, right? In cold weather, he can't do anything at all. But I don't think, and this is the thing, Gabe, that this is more of a symptomatic thing for the NFL. We don't have enough quality quarterbacks that are in the backup role. And if you do have that backup quarterback, you hold on to that guy. And I think for Miami, right, knowing that what the guardrails were for Tua Tagovailoa, they didn't invest in a backup quarterback. And that should have been plan B, that, hey, if Tua goes down, in all likelihood, we'll bring in a guy that can play our system well, because you're bringing Huntley, who's not ready for the system. Thompson is not ready for the system. He's been there for a couple of years. So in reality, what is their plan B? They don't have a plan B at quarterback, and it's going to cost them severely for how they built up this roster to be a contender this year and next year.
I can't disagree. For a team that has Tua as their quarterback, you have to think, wow, there's a potential he's going to get hurt. And I like Tua. I think he's all right. But at the same point in time, you can't trust him to be your quarterback if you're the Miami Dolphins moving forward.
No,
like, I would just bite the bullet and say, we got to pay this guy, but we got to draft a quarterback. But I think other teams as well. I don't think it's stupid, Mo. You've got it. So you have a quarterback, but then you draft. That's what teams used to do, Mo. They'd have their star quarterback. Like, remember, like the Patriots with Brady for years. And Brady used to even get mad. And you know what I mean? Even they would take quarterbacks. But Belichick would always sort of, we have Brady, but you know what? Yeah, we're going to take this guy in the 3rd, 4th round because we think he could be a good backup, like a Matt Castle type, right? Look at like a Chad Henne type, right? Like sort of, you know what I mean? I don't think it's crazy that if you're a team that you have this sort of veteran quarterback and you're counting on everything, that you also draft a quarterback in this 3rd, 2nd, 3rd round, not a stiff guy, but a guy that you can develop a little bit and have confidence and or at least get one of the best available backup veterans that are available out there.
But not only that, Gabe, they had Tua on the rookie deal, and they signed him to the extension now. They could have held on to him for another year plus the franchise tag. So now they're maybe on the hook for who knows how much money because of this injury. Whether insurance covers it or not, we'll find out. But I don't know why they rushed this idea to sign him now. Like, what was going to happen? You had him on a control contract for at least 2 more years to prove his worth. And unfortunately, it's going to potentially backfire because we don't know what his health status is going to be in a month's time from now. And now Miami's in this predicament where they may not get out of it. And this might be a wasted year for this team that I believe, Gabe, could have won 10, 11 games, been a playoff conversation, and who knows what could have happened at that point. But now they might be even likely to win 7 if they don't get out of this rut that they're in right now.
Well, you know what? They got a decision to make, and I don't think it's crazy. If McDaniel was all this, I tell you what, I would just call Carolina and say, all right, we'll take Bryce Young. You got the former number 1 pick. You could get him for discount deal here.
Right.
Throw him out there, try to develop him and see if he's not. If not, all right, move on. But to me, Miami, like they can't trust Tua to be the guy moving forward, I don't think. I just don't believe it. All right, so we got some craziness here, 42-29. And there's been 21 penalties in this game now. Like it's a flag fest still in the final minute.
Giving you the winning edge, sports gaming strategies, insights, and information.
24/7.
We haven't seen the sun in weeks.
This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
1927, Babe Ruth smashes his 60th home run of the season, a record that held for 34 years.
Look at it go, by God! Look at it go!
The Bambino went on to hit a career 714 home runs. And in 1939, the first televised college football game as Fordham beats Waynesburg 34-7. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channels dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern. And Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi. Then boils over with Gabe Moritzi on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid. The early line.
I thought they would look better on offense, but now that you're like, okay, Worthy doesn't look like he's going to be a participant, and Travis Kelce, he's not even a part-time player on this offense. If Carson's Steele in the backfield as the running back, Rashee Rice is your only viable threat, and here they are 3-0, and I just laughed and go, that's just because of Patrick Mahomes. It's just what he does. It doesn't matter the opponent, they will find a way to win.
It's the early line with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, on the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Remember when your high school football coach would ride you hard, just waiting for you to screw up, and he'd tell you to take a lap? Again? And then you didn't play football. No, that's cool. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Well, if you're going to lose, what can I say? Well, you know what? We did win quite, we won on this game, but that teaser on the way out here with Seattle, It's Seattle plus 11. They're moving the ball. Geno Smith threw it up into the end zone, and it was arguably the greatest interception in the history of football. I don't know how he caught it. Like, honestly, it was one of those, I saw Geno throw it up. I'm like, whatever. Like, there's no way he catches that, and no one's going to catch that. And it was like Odell Beckham playing DB or something. He jumped up with one hand, it bounced down, he spun around, whatever. It was one of the craziest interceptions you're ever going to see, and that's how this game ends, 42-29 final score. And it also ends with Jared Goff throwing a perfect game. Last week on Monday Night Football, we were praising Jaden Daniels for the 21-23 performance against the Cincinnati Bengals. So Jared Goff just went 18 of 18. Like, arguably, I don't know, could he have had a better game tonight, Jared Goff? 18 of 18 passing, 292 yards, 2 touchdown passes, and, he caught a touchdown pass. Game of a lifetime for Jared Goff. 18 of 18, 2 touchdown passes, and he actually had a touchdown receiving. For people looking at the box score, going to go, what? Jared Goff, 1 reception, 7 yards for a touchdown? That's right. Unbelievable performance tonight. The defenses both got lit up. So Mo Khan in the house with us. So, Mo, we know what just happened here. We've been talking about it live for the last 3.5 hours. So I wanted to ask you, I just brought up Jaden Daniels. And I tell you what, man, it's hard not to buy in. I don't buy in after a game or two, but if you just look at the overall body of work of this football team, and you look at the division that they play in and the other teams in this division, it's time that we have to legitimately start taking the Washington Commanders seriously. And the combination of Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury is one of the most lethal combinations in the NFL right now. Jaden doesn't play like a rookie. He reads the field. That's what he's so good at. And you know what Caleb is struggling with is it just seems easy. The play calling is designed to make it easier for him, but he just, he makes the right decision. All right, I'll dump it off here. I'll go deep here. I could take off here. You know what? We talked about him. He doesn't want to get hit too much, but defenses can't stop this. We saw the Cincinnati Bengals were helpless. When they just punted, Mo, they punted in the third or fourth quarter. I think it was the fourth quarter. They punted in the game against Arizona. And they said it was the first time they punted since the fourth quarter of week 1. Their punters punted 2 times all year because they freaking score on every possession. They either get field goals or touchdowns. And you know what? The defense is only going to get better and better under someone like Dan Quinn. So looking at this division right now, and here are the updated division odds to win the NFC East. The Philadelphia Eagles plus 100. The Dallas Cowboys plus 240. The Washington Commanders plus 260. And the Giants are 40-1. I think the Commanders are legit NFC East contenders this year, this quickly, due to the fact that the Philadelphia Eagles aren't very good, and the Dallas Cowboys are average as well, and now we're missing Micah Parsons going into Pittsburgh on Sunday. Buying or selling that the Washington Commanders can win this division?
I'll buy with a 30-day return policy on the bill. That's what I'll do. Because, Gabe, you look at it this way, right? NFL quarterbacks that come in, first-year guys, there's not much of a book on that player. Eventually, when there's tape on Jaden Daniels, teams will adapt and make him feel uncomfortable. But I think Cliff Kingsbury, who was smart to take this job than the Vegas OC job, right? He's made himself a better play caller. He's made himself more dynamic with his play calling and his plays overall. And I think when you look at where Caleb is with his current roster compared to where Jaden Daniels is from his current roster, skill set wise, Chicago has got better playmakers, right? But the biggest question is that Washington has better O-linemen than Chicago does. And that's given Daniels plenty of time to be comfortable in the pocket, survey the field, find his options, or bail out for a couple yards here and there. And I think as we go deeper and deeper into the season, are there going to be teams, better defense that will make them uncomfortable? If they do that, then we'll see what the adjustments will be from Kingsbury and from Daniels to do on the fly. Because you're right, Gabe. This team has great potential. We spoke about this last week. They have great potential right now, but it's a small sample size. I want to see a bigger 6 to 7 game sample size from Daniels and this Washington team and how they fare. And if they continue to knock out these big hitters, then yeah, you put them in that conversation, and that plus 260, you take that and go to the bank with it.
Fall is here.
It's getting cooler.
Football and the World Series are coming in. Life is good.
SportsGrid makes it better.
Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
If you've turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. 800-365-6303. That's 800-365-6303.
The Technology Minute with George Capalbo.
Lehigh University scientists have discovered that Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise, in addition to being a delicious sandwich topping, may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of nuclear fusion. Fusion on Earth means superheating hydrogen isotopes to millions of degrees centigrade, hotter than the core of the sun, which turns it into plasma, a soup of positive nuclei and free electrons. Hydraulically whipping a giant vat of Hellmann's mayonnaise turns it into a material that simulates exactly the physical and elastic properties of hot plasma at low temperatures without any of the bad side effects. And later makes for a delicious lunch. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
Fall is almost here. It's time to stow the lawnmower and get ready for all that glorious action coming your way. Stay tuned to SportsGrid for all the strategies, angles, and info you need to get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Jared Goff, arguably one of the greatest games in NFL history. 18 of 18 passing, 292, 2 touchdown passes, and he caught a touchdown pass. 42-29 final score. So we're just talking about the Washington Commanders, and the Commanders have a very winnable football game this week. So as I stated, I think the Commanders are live to win this division, because I think the Philadelphia Eagles are who they are right now. They're an erratic football team. And I think the glass is more half empty than half full. You could tell Sirianni is starting, you could just see that this thing it's like a pot. You know what I mean? And the water's starting to boil a bit there in Philadelphia. Dallas right now without Micah Parsons. Dallas are hit or miss. It seems like you don't know what you're going to get from the Cowboys. So I'm not saying, hey, the Commanders are winning the division for sure. But considering the Eagles shouldn't be plus 100 and the Commanders right now are plus 260. But like I said, Mo, they get the Cleveland Browns this week. So they have a winnable football game hosting the Cleveland Browns. And then we get Thursday night football, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So the Buccaneers bounce back after a disappointing game against Denver, but sort of been the theme. KC have survived and they're undefeated. Minnesota undefeated, Mo, but a lot of these teams, you win 3 games, you know what I mean, or 2, it's hard to go 4-0. So you have a nice month, you slip up, but Tampa bounced back. But this is a big game that they have on Thursday night now, divisional tilt against the Atlanta Falcons. I watched pretty much every snap. I watched every game, but I really had my eye on the Falcons-Saint game this past weekend. And the Falcon offense is terrible. All right. They didn't score a touchdown in this game. They scored 26 points because Koo hit 1 million field goals. Yeah. And they had a pick 6, and Shaheed dropped a punt on the 2-yard line that they converted into a touchdown after. That it rolled in into the end zone. They dude, like and we saw this in week 1 against Philadelphia. Their offense was terrible. It came alive late. Against Kansas City, they couldn't really move the ball when they had to. Kyle Pitts can't get open. And they got to stop running Kyle Pitts like he's a wide receiver. He's not fast enough. They can't get him the ball. The offense is sputtering. Kirk Cousins doesn't look comfortable. I know their defense is balling, but I think Tampa are just a better football team than Atlanta are. I trust Tampa more than Atlanta. I believe in Tampa to win this game. Mo, what's your pick, Tampa or Atlanta?
I agree. I think Tampa right now has a lot more answers than question marks that Atlanta has, right? I know our guy Matthias is a big Falcon dude. And I said off air that Atlanta's strength is their safety position, but that's about it, right? I mean, that's been their go-tos, is Simmons and Bates being the calming force for that team. But right now, when you look at the present moment going on a short week, Tampa can run the ball well. They got matchup problems across the board. Their O-line's healthier, and Baker Mayfield's locked in. You know, he's found a right home, a right system that plays to his strengths, and has played really well. And I think for that Tampa team and their defense, no one talks about how underrated they are and how banged up they are, but they've been playing some decent ball. I mean, they brutalized the Eagles on Sunday, and they mashed them up fairly well. And I think in this case here, if they get the same blueprint copy that they did on Sunday for Thursday Night Football, this could be one of those games where Tampa wins rather easily. And we are going to be talking about them potentially in that conversation with San Fran, Green Bay, and who knows who else as being contenders in the NFC going towards October into November.
Mo Khan kicking with us. Mo is a Raider fan. And, Mo, there's never a dull. You know, the Raiders, it's bizarre. Like 1 week they can win and everything is great. And remember Devontae Adams after Gardner Minshew's a baller. And I knew the first time I met him and I always liked him. And you know what I mean? After they beat the Ravens, they lose to the Panthers. Pierce is like, you know what? Our players, he sounded like Michel Therrien. Okay, we're going to see. You want to play 50% of the time? Like, remember his meltdown?
Yeah,
right?
Like, of course.
So the legend, so Pierce kind of said the same thing. We had players out there making business decisions. Now I'm going to make business decisions as well. Kind of like, all right, I'm gonna start cutting people and trading people. I'm going to do this and that. And then they win again. And now here we go again. We've got, and I hate this internet stuff, but it is what it is, and it is real. Everybody's confirmed it. Head coach Antonio Pierce liked an Instagram post speculating that Devontae Adams has played his last snap with the Raiders. Can the Raiders go like 4 hours, Mo, without some sort of controversy, even after a win?
Well, I think, look, Gabe, Devontae has been on the block since February, right? With the Jets being the link and who knows who else. And even yesterday on Sunday Night Football, they were saying that from here until the trade deadline in early November, Devontae Adams' name will be at the front and center discussion for some teams out there. If the Chiefs are playing the NFC West, maybe KC gets them, but that's not going to be the case with where they are in their division rankings right now.
No, they're not the Bills. If it was the Bills, the Bills would help the Chiefs like we see. But
but keep in mind,
Raiders
Vegas and Casey did make a trade for a D tackle 2 years ago. So, I mean, there has been that level. But again, I don't think Devontae will go to the Chiefs. But at the end of the day, for where the Raiders are right now, Gabe, we spoke about it for the last few months. They're nowhere near playoff contention. They're probably a 5-win team, maybe 6 at best. If they want to get more draft ammo, because it is a younger team, this is the best avenue to look at. If you can get Adams for maybe a second-round pick or 2, that gives you the draft capital that you need to maybe move up in this year's draft class to get a quarterback or whoever they want to get at that point. Because in all likelihood, I think the Raiders will be probably not a top 5 pick, but a top 10 pick, and maybe not enough to move up on the board here. So I think for the Raiders, they know that Adams will be dealt, and they know that he won't be back next year because of his cap number jumping up to $35.2 million per year. So it's a dummy number that he has for next year, and in all likelihood, he'll be in a different uniform, whether it's now or next July at training camp.
Mo Khan with us for a couple more moments. So, Mo, wild game with the Georgia Bulldogs and the Alabama Crimson Tide. If you guys all remember, before the year started, Jalen Milroe was my Heisman pick. And a lot of people looked at me, and I said, by the end of the year, Jalen Milroe is going to be like a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. Everyone's going to be hyping him up and stuff. And it's sort of begun right now, but there's still a lot of football left, right? I mean, especially, the 12-team playoff and the SEC and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, Georgia and Alabama could play each other 3 times this year. So there's still a lot of things that could happen moving forward, but we're starting to see some of the dominoes start to fall in college football, right? Mississippi, who I thought were fraudulent, lose to Kentucky. I think we got to take Kentucky serious considering they only lost 13-12 to Georgia. Now they beat Mississippi moving forward. But the updated college football national championship odds, Ohio State are now favorites at plus 350, along with Alabama at plus 350, Texas plus 500, Georgia plus 650, Oregon Ducks 10-1, Tennessee 10-1, Miami, Florida 18-1. And the Canes go to Cal Berkeley this week, Mo, and it's the first time ever College Game Day will be going to Cal. So that's going to be an exciting atmosphere Saturday and Saturday night. It's a night game there. How do you feel about the college football playoff picture now? We got about a minute and a half here. Who are you leaning with? Who do you think is the team to beat right now?
I still got Texas and Bama right now, Gabe. I'm worried about Miami. Watched that Vatech game last Friday night. There's question marks, right? They go as far as Cam Ward can take them. Ohio State, they're going to hit the meat of the schedule, right? They'll get the Oregon coming up game. They'll have the Michigan at the end of November. They'll have some tricky games now until end of November game. So we'll have a better idea about Ohio State. But I think Tennessee is the wild card. They got the primetime game coming up this Saturday, I believe, against Arkansas, or I forget who they have 7:30 p.m. Saturday night. We'll find out how Tennessee will be because, remember, the third Saturday of October, Bama, Tennessee, that will tell us if Tennessee will be a legitimate playoff contender going towards December.
The thing with Jalen Milroe is, even last year, he played elite football, but it wasn't fully consistent. He's definitely more comfortable in the pocket now, but can Alabama put these performances together on a weekly basis? And don't forget, their defense did get carved up, and Tennessee is at Arkansas. And I'll tell you what, this Arkansas team's a scrappy team this year. Tennessee are the real deal, though. They're a fun football team. Mo Khan. Follow him on Twitter, MoCon19. Thank you, Mo. Always good.
Always be good.
Would you rather listen to SportsGrid or sit in your driveway every night waiting to wish on a shooting star while your neighbors get increasingly concerned? This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
The new SportsGrid app is now available on iOS and the App Store. Experience the ultimate sports betting companion that provides personalized content from your favorite hosts. In-depth matchup previews, game and prop picks, live odds, stats, scores, and more. All in one place. And of course, on the SportsGrid app, you can tune into our live television and radio coverage anytime. On the go, wherever you are. Download the SportsGrid app on the iOS App Store now. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
SportsGrid TV and radio networks are the premier streaming video and audio channel dedicated to serving the sports wagering audience. Found on major smart TV platforms and streaming on SportsGrid Radio and Sirius XM Channel 159. SportsGrid's real-time data, expert commentary, and entertaining analysis transform viewers into informed sports enthusiasts. Our weekday radio lineup begins with the early line at 8 a.m. Eastern with Ben Stevens and Donnie Rightside. Donnie joins Kevin Walsh on Money Line at 11 a.m. Eastern, followed by Football Full Circle at noon Eastern. Kaplan and crew join the party at 1 p.m. Eastern, and Pharrell Coast to Coast keeps things rolling from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Get in the mix with Kevin Walsh and Game Time Decisions at 6 p.m. Eastern. Evenings simmer with Carver and Lisi, then boils over with Gabe Moritzi on Sports Rage Late Night at 10 p.m. Eastern. To find out where to find SportsGrid that's best for you, go to sportsgrid.com. It's smarter to be on SportsGrid.
The SportsGrid Radio Network presents This Date in Sports History.
In 1972, in his final game before his tragic plane crash, Pirates outfielder Roberto Clemente doubles off the Mets' John Matlack to become the 11th player to record 3,000 hits.
Bobby hits a drive into the gap in the left center field. There she is.
Clemente was elected to the Hall of Fame 6 months after his passing. For SportsGrid Radio, I'm Mike DeMurgis.
How many SportsGrid listeners does it take to change a light bulb?
It takes two.
One to change the light bulb, and one to see if our mobile app can provide the same amount of light. Get the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
All right, so We go from the gridiron to the diamond because baseball's about to take center stage for a couple of days now throughout the week. So speaking of which, Pete Rose passed away, and I met Pete Rose on a couple of occasions, actually. Number one, I interviewed Pete Rose once on Sports Rage over the years, only once. So I had Pete Rose on once, but I met him when I was a kid when he was on the Expos. Pete Rose got his 4,000th hit when he was on the Montreal Expos. I told a story before. He was ahead of the time, Pete, ahead of everyone, like as far as hustlerdom was concerned, and Charlie Hustle. He was the first one to think of it. He wore a different jersey like every half inning. Brilliant. And he would sign it, and he would tell like the trainer, all right, authenticate it and put, all right, I wore this, and you saw I wore it in the game, right? Yeah, Pete. And people were like, what the hell is he doing? Why does he have like 20 jerseys? And he told someone, he goes, I'm going to sell them after his game-worn jersey, so I'm wearing as many of them as I can. He switched the jersey cam after every half inning.
So brilliant. You got to hand it to him.
It's actually pretty genius. Like,
it really
this is like 1982 or something, bro, or 83. And his mind is spinning about, you know what? I can get money for this memorabilia, so I'm going to wear, I'm going to take off. So he had a whole collection. He had the trainer, and they were on the rack, and he would go in the tunnel, and he put a new one on. He was changing cleats and stuff. He's like, he's changing everything. And he would sign them, game worn. And it was like, man, this guy was really out of his time. But I remember I met Pete, and he was on the Expos, and I don't know, I was like 10 to 12, whatever, in that range. And he was on the subway, the Metro, going to the game. And I thought it was pretty crazy. There's Pete Rose, big legend. And I went up to him because I was going to the game. And I went up to him, and I said, hey, Pete, I'm surprised to see you take the Metro here. And he started talking to me just openly. He said, he goes, hey, you know where Atwater Square is, kid? And I go, yeah. And he goes, I live in Atwater Square. I love it. He goes, great place. He goes, yeah, I got the mall underneath. I got the place up top. And he goes, I leave my apartment, and I don't even have to put a jacket on. I go right into the Metro. And he told me about how he gets lost everywhere. I'll never forget that. He goes, you know, when you go to a lot of ballparks, it's easy to get lost. He goes, I love Montreal because I leave my apartment, I get on the train, and I pop out at the stadium. I can't get lost. So he goes, I take the subway every day, kid. And I was like, all right, Mr. Rose, have a good game.
That's good. So he's nice Pete Rose. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, he was nice. Yeah. Charlie, he was not a jerk to me as a kid. He was like, hey, kid, how you doing? And I didn't even ask him for an autograph. I just started talking to him and whatever. And then as a host, I did have him on once on the radio. But then when I moved to Vegas, I started to see him a lot. Once I was all drunk and I saw Pete Rose, and he was sitting there alone at Caesar's Palace in the concourse. And he was signing, he had all his memorabilia there. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go over and support Pete and buy a baseball and stuff. I go over and I tell him the story about how I met him when I was a kid. I'm a big Expo fan and blah, blah. And he's like, yeah, whatever. He had no interest at all. He's like, yeah. It's like, are you going to buy something? Like, you kind of like, you going to buy something, kid? Yeah, you know what I mean? I was like, Pete, he was like, he sort of, that's it. He told me yeah, that's a nice story. And I got stuff for sale. He's sort of like, okay, are you going to buy something? So I was like, yeah, all right. I said, yeah, you know what? I'll buy a ball. He goes, all right, that'll be $225. So Cam, I had to stiff him. I had to tell him, I got to go to the bank. I got to go to the ATM machine and stuff. And I pulled it. I skipped out.
Don't got $225.
I remember telling the girl I was with, she goes, aren't we going back to the Pete Rose guy there? And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not giving him $200. Like, no, I can't do that.
Amazing.
So I was like, I'm just being real. So then, but then I used to see him all the time. He used to hang out at Mandalay Bay a lot. And I always thought, too, it was funny because he always wanted back in. And he'd be sitting there, watching and betting on baseball games in the sports book. And he finally just sort of embraced it and started, doing the picks and doing the gambling type of stuff. As I stated, I think from a baseball perspective, he should be in the Hall of Fame. Everyone knew him in Vegas, and he was nice to people. He was kind of broke, right? Because he couldn't really work anywhere. So he sort of had to, he had to hustle and sell things and try to charge for appearances. That was the thing. He came on once, and it was going to be a weekly thing. And I was like, oh, wow, this is going to be crazy. I'll get Pete Rose on weekly. And then they dropped a hammer about how he wanted like $1,000 a week appearance fee or something like that.
Sorry, Pete. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
You're Charlie Hustle, but you can't go.
You're not.
It doesn't go that far.
You're right. No, the thing is, too,
it was a lot too. It's like $750 a hit or something. I remember it was a lot.
It's saturated, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's saturation. Like, the guy, like, you see somebody once, it's like, ooh, it's kind of like a special thing, but he's out there all the time. So that value becomes diminished because it's like, hey, there's Pete. It's not like,
like you said,
Barry
it's like Kid
Sanders
Rock.
coming. Yeah.
He's everywhere.
It's like after a while, it's like that $1,000 is going to become like $50 because
Pete Rose was that, though. He would cut the ribbon in the phone booth at the time. Like, like, you know what I mean? Like anything. And you know what? Like I said, he had to. He wasn't going to get hired. I partied with Dibble before, who was on the team when Pete Rose got nailed for betting. And Dibble's an honest guy, as we all know. And Dibble told me, and we were drinking together and stuff. He was dead serious. He goes, dude, Pete was our manager. He goes, Pete Rose is a nut job. All right. And he started saying about like, he goes, he's not the nicest guy in the world. So he told me, he's like, I got in fights with him and whatever. And he's like, he goes, but I'll tell you what, like Pete Rose would like basically hit his mother with a pitch to win a baseball game.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, and he said, he goes, he never threw any games. Like, he goes, we would have known. Like, and then he basically said, did he bet on us? Yeah. And he goes, dude, he wanted to win. He was so into it that he would bet on us to win. But the only problem was, and I told the story, he never bet when Bill Gullickson pitched. So that was a message to all the bookies and everything that he didn't think they were going to win.
So, they hated Bill Gullickson.
No, it's true. There were a few pitchers that he didn't like, and he wouldn't bet on even his own team. He didn't bet on the other team, but then the people taking the bets knew. They were like, man, Pete bets on the Reds every day, but he doesn't bet when these two pitchers pitch, so they kind of caught on, right? But that's another thing, too. It wasn't like Pete won every bet that he made. Pete should have stuck with the ponies because he was big with the horses, but rest in peace, Pete. Hell of a baseball player.
Best.
Hell of a baseball player.
Oh, it's amazing.
You know, he won more games than anyone in the history of baseball, combined as a player and a manager. Charlie Winter.
Minute with George Capalbo.
Purdue University physicists have opened the world's first quantum disco with the world's tiniest disco ball. And by tiny, I mean a disco ball 1/100th the width of a human hair, made of glowing fluorescent nanodiamonds levitating inside a pure vacuum, spinning 1.2 billion times per minute. The point? Not to improve your platform shoe disco finger, but to simulate what happens to qubits inside a quantum computer. Computing power that could be 150 billion times faster than yesterday's supercomputer. And that's a lot cooler than John Travolta doing the funky chicken. Follow me at Capalbo on X and stay tuned to the Technology Minute for more cool stuff like this.
For anyone who's worried about back taxes, has not filed tax returns, and doesn't know what to do next, stop and listen. Not filing your taxes can have severe consequences, especially in this political climate. Now that COVID is over, the IRS is getting aggressive, massively increasing enforcement and collection efforts, with politicians making all sorts of promises, especially when it comes to taxes. Hiding and not dealing with your taxes will cause you harsh legal and financial ramifications. But right now, the IRS offers forgiveness and writes off a massive amount of tax debt. The Tax Doctor offers a free service that helps people get out of IRS collections and back in good standing with the government. Don't hide or bury your head in the sand. Take advantage of our free service. Call now to learn more. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. 800-816-4492. That's 800-816-4492.
Don't listen to information you can get from just anywhere. Studies have proven that idiots walk among us. Consider the source. Only SportsGrid gives you sports gaming strategies and info you can take to the bank. It's the winning edge. This is the SportsGrid Radio Network.
Wow, I see the Washington Huskies are now 3-point favorites over visiting Michigan Wolverines. as Michigan play in Seattle, Washington this weekend. And it's one of those deals that I'm thinking about. I was ready to really go. I was like super close to hitting click. I had like the ticket page open, the hotel page open, and the flight page open at once. I was about to hit click, and I'll be real. Then I was like, you know what? Let me just make sure they beat Minnesota first, right? I don't want to go if they lose to Minnesota. I was like, honest, I don't want to go if they lose to Minnesota. They blew a 21-0 lead. They blew my cover. I would have went 9-0. I went 8-1 instead because of them, but I'm surprised it's gone up. It was 1 before. Suddenly it's 3 right now, and I get it. Michigan's offense is a little challenged, but they also have a punishing ground attack. Michigan are basically like playing like Army right now, except with like 4, 3 and 5-star recruits like that are running this system.
Washington, Gabe.
No, they're not very good.
They're not. I told people this. I watched their games against Eastern Michigan and stuff. Like, the Washington Huskies are not the same team. Like, I know everyone's like, "Ooh, they outgained Rutgers." It doesn't matter. You lost to Rutgers.
Well, Michigan should beat them.
I agree with you.
Michigan should just be able to run the ball down their throat. Rutgers beat them by just running the ball down their throat.
What's the total?
Michigan are still better than Rutgers. Michigan will just run the ball all game. It's total 41. Michigan get 3. The game's on NBC Saturday night. So like I said, I still might go. I'm up in the air. The Dodgers are playing on Saturday. It's the playoffs. There's a lot of stuff going on here. And I am going to Seattle for the Buffalo Bills in a couple of weeks. So
nice.
That's the real reason I might stay away from this game. I've seen Michigan in the Rose Bowl. I'll have chances to see Michigan, but I like to go to this game. But anyways, baseball tomorrow. So Cam, you said you're taking the the Tigers in the first game. All right, Royals and Orioles at 4:00 Eastern. 4:08 first pitch. Baltimore minus 155. Burns versus Raggins. What's your pick there?
I hate to say it, but I want to take the Royals there, but I just think the Orioles are too much. I don't like the price, but I think the Orioles will do enough to win that game. How do you feel about that one? I like the Royals a lot, but Raggins has pitched really well, but Baltimore has much better bats.
Last year, remember, I bet against Baltimore at every game of the playoffs, and they got swept. They lost. They didn't win a game last year against Texas.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's their time. I don't know. I'm not saying they're going to go all the way to the World Series, but like I said, I'm living to like what I said last year, that they needed to get their feet wet in the playoffs. They needed to learn to lose in the playoffs and sort of understand. I think they're going to show up here. I like Baltimore tomorrow. I like Baltimore to win the series 2-0 at plus 180. Personally, I'm going to take Houston. I try. Listen, Scooble's awesome and stuff, but Valdez is just a money guy. He's got ice in his veins, this dude. You know what you're going to get from him. As good as Scooble is, a big playoff spot for him. He's, Cam, I'm not a fan of these big unders, in these games when you have aces. Stuff happens. A 3-run shot there. A guy gets taken out of the game. Look at today, bro. There was 10 runs scored in the 8th inning of the game today with the Braves and the Mets. I've learned my lesson, and I usually like betting baseball unders. I've learned my lesson. I always lose taking these stupid unders in these first games of these playoff series with aces and these wild card games. It's almost like too obvious to go under, but I'm going to take Houston to win at minus 150. I'll take Baltimore to win at minus 155. And in fact, I just don't want to be chalky here in home teams, but I don't think the Mets are in a great spot here, Cam. Coming off their wins, I know that they're going to be in a good mood, and it's, going from Atlanta to Milwaukee is easier than what Atlanta has to do. Like Atlanta's got to go all the way to the West Coast here. So I think they're in a tougher spot, but both these teams played a doubleheader today. I don't think they're both going to win. Milwaukee don't get any respect. Exactly. And also I think they can hit Severino. I'm going to take the Milwaukee Brewers tomorrow at minus 140. And I think San Diego are going to beat the Atlanta Braves tomorrow night. Atlanta, bro, might have you pitching tomorrow. They might call you. They don't have anybody. Like, they're in trouble.
I'm a lefty, Gabe. A lot of movement. I'll tell you this. I'm with you. I like the Padres. And who's betting on Milwaukee tomorrow? People are like, the Mets, great story, whatever. It's one of those things, too, where I think Milwaukee is the play as well. We agree on most games. I'm just going to take the Tigers, and you're going to go the other way with Houston, but you have futures on Houston. So, yeah, I like the Tigers as a dog, and the other games, it's going to be great, man. These series are fantastic. I'm happy for the Royals to get in, but probably a year too early for them, even though Witt's awesome. They lost too many bats, but San Diego, I have them going deep. So I like the Padres a lot.
I like the series price. It went up, man. The other night we could have gotten like minus 155, minus 160 with Baltimore. Baltimore now minus 170 to win the series against KC. So instead we'll take Baltimore 2-game sweep plus 180. We'll post more baseball picks on Twitter X at Sports Rage, but we got baseball all day tomorrow. Let's rock. Other than that, you're on your own. Later.